Good morning. My name is Julie Spear, and I'm president of the Texas State Board of Pharmacy. The purpose of this hearing is to receive public comments relative to the proposed rules for adoption and other board meeting agenda items. This is a formal hearing, and it is expected that all speakers will conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner. To promote an efficient review of the comments to be heard by the board this morning, the following procedures will be followed. Any person or organization having previously notified the board of their desire to testify will be called. We will limit the oral testimony to 3 minutes. You'll be given a notice when there are 30 seconds left. In order to expedite the hearing, any representative testimony may be excluded by me. If your testimony today is essentially the same as another person comments earlier, it will assist the board if you will state that you concur with the previous testimony of that individual. In addition, we ask that each organization or group only have one designated spokesperson. The purpose of this hearing is to receive comments from the public. It is not the purpose of debating the issue with the board, nor for the board to answer questions about the proposed rule changes. However, board members may ask questions of persons testifying for their own information. Any member of the board desiring to ask questions should ask for recognition from me prior to asking the question. All comments will be reviewed thoroughly by the board before a decision is made on the rules. At this time, I wish to take this opportunity to thank each one of you for taking the time to participate in this public hearing and offering your views on these rules. I feel I'm speaking for the entire board when I say that we appreciate the interest you have shown in the rulemaking process. And with that, we will begin with our first speaker, which is Debbie Garza from TPA.
Good morning.
Good morning, Debbie.
On behalf of the Texas Pharmacy Association, thank you, President Spear and board members, for the opportunity to offer oral comments on the proposed rule for the pharmacist to pharmacy technician ratio and pharmacy technician duties that are up for final adoption. We also submitted written comments that are in your board materials. TPA supports the 1:6 pharmacist to pharmacy technician ratio in a Class A community pharmacy. To reiterate our comments from the August meeting, TPA believes we must make progress and continue to move the profession forward. It is important to reevaluate the realities community pharmacists face today and the evolving role of pharmacists in providing more patient care services, while simultaneously ensuring public safety. TPA also supports the allowance for pharmacy technicians to receive oral prescription drug orders for dangerous drugs and reduce these orders to writing, either manually or electronically, transfer or receive transfers of original prescription information for a dangerous drug on behalf of a patient, and contact a prescriber for information regarding an existing prescription for a dangerous drug. TPA recognizes and wants to emphasize this expansion of technician duties only occurs under the supervision and delegation of the pharmacist on duty based on their professional judgment. We must optimize the roles of all pharmacy personnel. Increasing the supervision ratio and expanding pharmacy technician duties will not only allow pharmacists to exercise their judgment for their individual practice, it will also enable more pharmacy services focused on providing more patient care in the safest, most effective manner. Patient safety is ultimately the responsibility of the pharmacist, and pharmacist healthcare professionals should have the ability to make these decisions and delegate duties with which they are most comfortable. Regulations must evolve and enable pharmacists to practice at the top of their education and training. We as a profession need to continue to strive for practice transformation with pharmacists involved in more patient care services, and recognize staffing levels and duties may need to change in the future as we continue to enhance our provider status. So TPA respectfully asks the board to adopt a 1:6 pharmacist to pharmacy technician ratio in the community pharmacy setting and expand pharmacy technician duties that will safely advance the practice of pharmacy in our state. Thank you for your time and appreciate your support.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you.
Our next individual speaking will be Gary Cacciatore. Good morning, Gary.
Morning. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. I don't have I'm not speaking for myself today, but as a person who teaches the pharmacy law course and who writes the pharmacy law textbook, I don't have an opinion one way or the other. I'm neutral as far as the ratio goes. But I did want to point out a language issue that I had with the duties that a pharmacist and a technician can perform. And this is in Rule 291.32. My understanding is the ability to take a verbal or oral prescription is an expansion that's going to go to technicians, but it's not going to include controlled substances. And I think that's reflected in Rule 291.32 in line 180, where the additional language says duties only a pharmacist can provide are receiving oral prescription drug orders for controlled substances. I just wanted to ask the board to how's that going to play with starting January 1st? Oral prescriptions can only be allowed in cases of an emergency, with the mandatory electronic controlled substance prescriptions going in. The board may want to consider clarifying that only occurs in the event of an emergency. So because no controlled substances can be provided orally after January 1st. So if this rule is adopted and it goes into effect, by January 1st, that might need to be clarified. So that's really my only comment today.
No questions. Thank you, Gary, for your comments. Our next speaker will be Janelle Phillip from Walgreens.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Janu Phillip, Director of Pharmacy Affairs for the Walgreens Company. So thank you, President Spear and board members, for the opportunity to speak today. Can you see me okay?
Yes, sir, we can. And we can hear you fine as well.
Great. So for quick background, I've spent the last 25 years in the community pharmacy industry and have worked in various positions. Now serve as Director of Pharmacy Affairs for the Walgreens Company. I have and continue to serve as a board member in Florida for over the past 7 years. I'm here to voice support of the changes occurring in Texas rules regarding both technician duties and technician ratio. So I won't reiterate some of the testimony previously given by Ms. Garza at TPA. I would like to thank her for those comments and would reiterate those comments. I would like to give you my 2 cents to hopefully add some perspective, not only to your decision today, but maybe some future decisions you may have on the same matter regarding ratio. So you've heard many reasons in terms of considering the increase of technician to pharmacist ratios, including how they're arbitrary in nature and that NABP has advocated for no ratio since the 90s and how there's no evidence to support having a ratio. But there's really one that I'd like to emphasize in particular. It's simply that they're just not needed. So we went through a similar process in Florida in terms of rulemaking, where we started at 3-to-1 and we went from 3-to-1 to 4-to-1, 4-to-1 to 6-to-1. And throughout that process, we had all sorts of people, screaming from the mountaintops that pharmacists are going to be overwhelmed. There's no way they can supervise this many people. Ultimately, none of that came true. It's just like the other 24 states that don't have a ratio, and they've all discovered that it's just simply not needed. The economics of a pharmacy are really the ultimate decider of a ratio, since no business is going to employ more technicians than it needs. So I'm not asking the board to change the rule or anything. It's in process and it should pass as is. So what I would like the board members to do over the next coming year, my ask is simply this: pay attention to what happens once the rule passes. So we have you'll have the 6-to-1 ratio, and just simply ask the question, have you noticed any difference or concerns as a result of going from 4-to-1 to 6-to-1? In addition, you'll have an opportunity to talk to fellow board members in various states that have no ratio. So consider that opportunity to see what happened in those states when we saw an increase in ratio in those states where they eliminated the ratio. I was a supervisor for 13 years prior to joining our regulatory team. And over that time, not a single time in those 13 years has a pharmacist complained to me because they had more technicians that they could supervise. But many instances when we had hurricanes or snowbird season, when we had volume spikes where we needed all hands on deck. In addition, certification requirements in Texas create that extra limitation that's already built in. And we all know that certified techs don't grow on trees. So I'd like to thank the board for this consideration and look forward to seeing the rule pass. I'd like to appreciate you for all the hard work that you do for the great state of Texas. Thank you very much.
No questions. Mr. Phillips, thank you for your comments and asking those questions. Our next speaker is John Rocio, and I always say that wrong, John, and I'm sorry. And he comes to us from CVS Health.
Thank you, President Spare. It's okay. It's John Rocchio, and I am the Senior Director of CVS Health Regulatory Affairs. And similar to Janu, I'd like to thank the board and the board staff for their efforts over the past 6 years since I've been in this capacity and assisting the state of Texas in the relationship with CVS Health. We've seen much discussion on these two subject matters, and the discussion has always been good. It's always been healthy. It's always been delivered with a great level of respect, right up until last meeting when we had extensive comments on the matter. So in closing, I'd just like to thank the board. I echo the sentiments of previous comments, whereas I say that no ratio is required. It's a limiting step that business handles. I do agree with the increase. Anything more is better. And in terms of tech duties, these are functions that as a practicing pharmacist, I executed safely for all of my years of practice in my home state. So I want to thank the board, wish everybody a safe day, and have a good one, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you so much, John, for your comment. Any questions for John? All right. Our next will be Sarah Lake Wallace from the Texas Society of Health System Pharmacists. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning. So my name is Sarah Lake Wallace. Today I'm coming on behalf of the Texas Society of Health System Pharmacists. And I want to thank you for your time and just want to comment on two agenda items. The first one regarding the P&P clarification, and the second one regarding the technician's ability to take verbal orders. TSHP fully supports and appreciates the modification in Rule 315.15, which clarifies that the pharmacist must check the P&P prior to dispensing an outpatient prescription, as this clarifies the rules for inpatient settings, and it follows in line with what we saw from the Texas Medical Board. So we thank you for that consideration. In terms of the technician expansion of the technician roles, TSHP fully supports expanding our technician roles. However, we recommend that a few checks be put in place to ensure patient safety. Verbal orders are prone to errors for all healthcare providers, as they are misunderstood, misheard, or transcribed incorrectly. As we shared in our previous testimony, we request that the training and quality assurance processes that were implemented for Class C pharmacies when we put into place check tech be propagated into rules for any setting that is expanding the technician role in this manner. Healthcare does not occur in a silo, and so our need for safe settings in all areas to assure good continuity of care is essential to create strong protections for the patient. TSHP recommends that all pharmacies with advanced technician roles maintain written policies and procedures which outline the program and training requirements. These policies and procedures should be reviewed and updated in conjunction with the application renewal for the pharmacy license. Pharmacies should also maintain a list of technicians who have completed this internal training standards, and the pharmacist on duty, and there must be a pharmacist on duty while performing these expanded roles. Policies and procedures and list of technicians should be available to the inspectors on review. In relation to verbal orders, TSHP recommends that the training include verbal readback instructions and a quality assurance program that demonstrates how the pharmacist will verify the accuracy of the work performed by the technician. Both the training and the policies and procedures should include a list of any drugs excluded from the verbal prescription process, including drugs such as high risk or other drugs identified by the pharmacy to be excluded, and should avoid the use of unapproved abbreviation. TSHP also recommends that training on lookalike sound-alike drugs as referenced by the Institute of Safe Medicine Practice be included in this training consideration. And lastly, TSHP suggests that maybe the technician document an indication of the medication that's received as for verbal orders, which is in line with other requirements of certain medications. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Any questions from the board? Sarah, thank you for your thoughtful remarks.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Valentine Giroux from Medicine Shop 1247. I see Ms. Giroux, but I do not see a video and that they're on mute.
Hello.
Hello, can you move your camera so we can see you as well?
Can you see me?
No, unfortunately, we see a gray screen. It appears we may be looking at the ceiling, but I'm not sure, Mr. Giroux. There we go.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Move your camera. There we go.
Okay. I oppose this new rule for pharmacy technicians taking verbal prescription orders for the following reasons. It is very essential to get a good written, clearly specified prescription orders. Most technicians are not qualified or have the knowledge to take verbal orders. I've been working as a pharmacist for the past 32 years. In previous years, I have seen a lot of errors in transmission prescription orders. Can you guys see me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's why the introduction of electronic prescription system that has helped to enable us to avoid a lot of errors in prescribing. Now, most of the time when I take verbal orders, some doctors give wrong dosage forms, wrong directions. A lot of times they even ask me to give them the dosage forms the drug comes in. So a technician is not equipped to handle this in a fast-paced prescription orders. Now, if there's an error in transmission, who's responsible if it's failed? So I think it's not, this level should not be given to pharmacy technicians. Secondly, when a doctor or the agent calling for prescription orders, for example, metoprolol, a lot of times they don't know which one is the tartrate or the succinate. A technician cannot ask these questions. I have worked with different technicians, both in chains and independent. They don't have the ability to do this. Secondly, technicians have a lot of work. In the previous years, we keep on moving a lot of duties to technicians, and pharmacists are doing not that much. Most of the time when I call for transfers or to talk to pharmacists, they don't pick up the phones, but technicians answer 90%, more than 90% of prescriptions, questions. They ring up things. They talk to customers. So they're doing a lot. Pharmacist duties still remains not that much. So if we take away the gold standards for pharmacists taking verbal orders, then pharmacists.
15 seconds.
Hello?
You have 30 seconds, Mr. Valentine, to finish.
Okay, yes. All right. Also, on prescription transfers, I know a lot of pharmacists, they do have fax transfers, but not every pharmacy has a fax transfer capabilities. So you cannot transfer prescriptions when other pharmacies cannot, when you cannot fax it to the receiving pharmacist. And equally, the technicians, they cannot tell us if the prescription has refills or no refills. So when there's no refills, the pharmacist still has to give the information to the receiving pharmacist. So the technicians don't have the ability.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine, for your comments. Are there any questions, or Mr. Drew? Are there any questions for Mr. Drew? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Drew, for all of your comments. Our next speaker will be Lauren Hayden from HEB.
Hi there. Thank you so much for taking comments. I wanted to just express my agreement with the previous comments by Ms. Debbie Garza from TPA and the CVS people. I would like to add, I am a practicing pharmacist, a staff pharmacist with HEB. So the reality is that pharmacy is changing. Healthcare is changing, especially in our current pandemic situation. Many physicians still aren't seeing patients face-to-face, or they're limiting the number of patients that they're seeing on a daily basis. And so we're seeing unprecedented number of patients coming into our pharmacies to ask questions. We're getting an unprecedented number of phone calls. And so we have also a huge group of patients now with being able to immunize 3 and older that we can provide additional services to. So with all of this, and then the heavily anticipated COVID vaccine, with all of this, increasing the ratio to 1 to 6 would greatly benefit our workflow and just patient safety, allowing us to spend more time with the patients that are coming to our window, or having questions on the phone call or calling us via phone because they can't get in touch with their doctor's office. We're also offering new services and expanding or having heavier utilization of current services. So we're doing curbside for prescriptions now. So people who aren't comfortable coming into our pharmacies can get their medications. We're doing more than 100 deliveries some weeks. And so these are all things that have just, require greater workload. So expanding the ratio allows us to staff our pharmacies to prevent us from being spread thin with where we currently are. And then additionally, I currently supervise up to 4 technicians at one time, but I also have cashiers that we need in our workflow in order to be able to help our patients. But how nice would that be if I could staff those with technicians instead? So that way they don't have to interrupt someone else to process a prescription or reconstitute an antibiotic. So just with all of that, I would just ask that you guys consider passing increasing the ratio to 1 to 6. Thank you.
Ms. Hayden. Any questions for Ms. Hayden? Suzette? Oh, okay. Our next speaker will be Rob Geddes from the Albertsons Companies.
Thank you, President Spear. I appreciate the opportunity that I have to be here with you all today, and in order to express our support of the changes that are being proposed at this point for technicians, both the ratio as well as expanding the duties to include transfers, taking new prescriptions, as well as calling for clarification. Albertsons Companies does cover many different states across the country, and we do have many states in our book of business that do already allow these functions to be performed by technicians, as well as during the pandemic when the allowance was done via a waiver. We've allowed our technicians to participate in these activities. I can testify to you that these activities do help our pharmacies. They do help our pharmacists to be able to allocate their attention to the most important things that they're working on at that time when the patient is in front of them. And we've had success across the company in being able to train these technicians efficiently to be able to perform these tasks that do not require the professional judgment of a pharmacist. Albertsons does look for ways to help our pharmacies to be more efficient, especially during the time of the pandemic. That's become increasingly apparent that it's necessary to help our pharmacists to be successful. And I believe that the action that the board is taking at this time helps accomplish that mutually and allows for patient safety to continue in more ways with the intended consequences of allowing technicians to take a greater role within the pharmacy. As far as the ratio does allow flexibility within the pharmacy. It allows that pharmacist to make decisions on what tasks those technicians will be performing. And I agree completely with the previous speaker's comments that it would allow for greater trained individuals to be present rather than relying upon unlicensed cashiers or personnel that would be running the register only. Appreciate the opportunity, and again, extend our support for the action that the board has proposed, and hope that this is able to be carried forward and made permanent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. Any questions for Mr. Geddes? Seeing none, we'll move to Jeff Leash from the Kroger's Company. I'm sorry, Texas Federation of Drugstores.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Lush. I'm the Director of Pharmacy for Kroger Health's Dallas Division. I'm also President and speaking on behalf of the Texas Federation of Drugstores. I've also been a licensed pharmacist in Texas for over 18 years. First, I want to thank the board members for your service and for allowing comment and discussion on this matter. While I support the board's upward movement in ratio to 1:6 that was voted upon at the last meeting, I do want to ask that you consider that we may have merely bandaged the problem temporarily. Prior to COVID-19, we routinely saw our pharmacists being pulled in multiple directions, often to perform administrative tasks that did not require a pharmacist's training or knowledge, which led to distractions for the pharmacist trying to provide patient care, counsel patients, vaccinate, and ensure patients are getting the best possible outcomes from their medication. Early on in the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw several changes to our working environments, many of which exacerbated these administrative and non-judgmental demands in our pharmacies. With the recent HHS announcements under the PrEP Act, pharmacists have been identified as serving important roles in providing certain types of approved COVID-19 tests as well as COVID-19 antibody testing. Access to testing continues to remain a problem in some areas, particularly in many underserved areas of the state. With pharmacists further having been identified by HHS and CDC as having the ability to significantly speed the time needed to vaccinate the American population upon the availability of adequate vaccine quantities, we've been called upon to serve in probably the most significant health event of most of our careers. By all accounts, we'll be continuing to vaccinate the public through the majority of 2021. Due to the sheer accessibility of community pharmacies, the ability to provide timely vaccinations unhindered is a critically important public health effort. Not only has HHS recognized the important role that pharmacists can serve in decreasing the total time to vaccinate the population, they've also identified that pharmacy technicians, when properly trained and operating under a pharmacist's supervision, can additionally perform COVID tests and COVID vaccines. However, even the newly voted upon 1:6 ratio does leave a limitation that may prevent us from fully realizing our potential. I'd like to share a recent example of a flu event that our company held in conjunction with the City of Fort Worth and Tarrant County Public Health. Through the course of the event, we provided approximately 1,000 shots, with 7 out of 10 going to underserved, uninsured members of the community. Following the event, our teams had to complete the actual processing of these vaccines in the system. However, when combined with the existing pharmacy workflow, we were limited in our capacity to assign technicians to complete the data entry tasks timely. Consider what that will look like next year in much larger capacity events. Consider the added difficulty that will come with COVID-19 vaccines requiring the administration of a second dose 21 to 28 days later, providing patients with reminders to get their second dose, and using M-Track to see the timing and formulation used for patients' first doses. I think I speak for many of our member companies and my own company's pharmacists and technicians, as well as myself, in stating we're willing and capable to help in any approved capacity to provide care for our patients, our communities, and our fellow citizens. Unfortunately, these were not scenarios that were contemplated or considered when ratio discussions were underway last year. As I stated at the beginning, I support and thank the board.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions for Mr. Loesch? Seeing none, we will move to Staten Holmes from HEB. Thank you. Mr. Holmes, if you'll turn on your video. There we go.
Sorry about that. I went away for a second. Good morning. My name is Staten Holmes. I'm a pharmacy manager for HEB in San Antonio. I have 18 plus years experience. I appreciate y'all letting me speak on behalf of HEB in regards to increasing the ratio of pharmacists to technicians. I think going from 1 to 4 to 1 to 6 is a great step in the right direction. When we have adequate staff, we improve patient care and ultimately public safety. It gives us time as pharmacists to interact, counsel with our patients more, and spend more time with them. Ultimately, going a step further, I'd like to see it go to a 1 to 8 ratio in the future, possibly no ratio at all. Currently, there's 22 states in the District of Columbia that have no ratios, and there's no studies to indicate that quality has suffered with no ratios in those states. Ultimately, when we have fewer techs, there's less eyes on a prescription and increased risk for making an error, and no one wants that. Especially in a world where we're doing administrative roles, where pharmacists are typing more, assembling more eyes we have on that prescription, the less likely there's going to be an error. I'm all in favor of expanding tech duties, especially when it comes to non-judgmental and administrative roles. I firmly believe a tech can call and verify certain prescription orders that are non-judgmental, verifying did you mean a cream versus an ointment, or clarifying a quantity. Expanding their roles into transfers and possibly prescription orders will help in the future. I think the biggest thing that I've seen in my career during this COVID pandemic is one, deliveries. We probably have a technician that spends, or two, the majority of their day setting up deliveries, which is an awesome feature. It increases patients not having to get out and get exposed. It also decreases our exposure to them. So it's a win-win. So that's one thing that's getting pulled out of the workflow. And then also during this time is the unprecedented number of flu shots we're given. A pharmacy can do anywhere from 40 to 70 a day. And if we didn't have these technicians to help us, we just couldn't get through. And this is just a harbinger of things to come. What's this going to look like next year when the COVID vaccine's available? We're going to rely on technicians more than we ever have in our entire career. And ultimately, with the expanded tech ratio, this allows us to practice at the top of our game, both as pharmacists and technicians. We're going to do more MTMs, adherence, health screenings, ultimately improve overall patient care. So at the end of the day, with these ratios, I think it's up to every pharmacist in charge to be able to determine what's right for their environment. Every pharmacist is different, or every pharmacy is different. So it's up to that PIC to see what fits their needs. Ultimately, with these ratios, I think will help improve that. Thank you for the time. That's all I have to add.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Any questions for Mr. Holmes? Seeing none, our last speaker will be Jill Lester from Kroger Health.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you. Can you turn
Okay.
it on?
Let me.
Should be the lower left-hand corner next to your mute, possibly on your screen.
Oh, okay. I think I got it. Well, no. Well, I'm trying to push my camera around, but it doesn't appear to be working. Not sure.
All right. Well, in the essence of time, we'll go ahead and let you.
Okay. My apologies. I'm here, representing Kroger Health. I'm a pharmacy practice coordinator and a community pharmacist for Kroger. I'm in support of increasing the pharmacist to tech ratio to at least 1 to 6. I've been practicing pharmacy since 2004 and proud to say that I'm a community pharmacist. Early on in the pandemic, when our communities needed access to COVID testing, chain pharmacy stepped up and answered in a really big way. I was one of those pharmacists that responded to the call for help, and I've never been so proud of my profession in the way that we responded. We were decisive, innovative, and adapted to what the communities needed. Kroger Health alone completed over 20,000 tests at no charge throughout the DFW and Houston communities. And I might add, while in the late spring and summer months of Texas, 100-degree heat and full PPE, but we did it because it's what the communities needed. Specific to my site, the county needed us in the heart of Dallas in an underserved area and within walking distance of several shelters. We did what community pharmacists do best, and we adapted our test site to serve the community we were in. We created a site that allowed for drive-through COVID testing and for walk-up testing for those without a car. I believe that community pharmacists have been and will continue to be the most readily accessible healthcare provider in the community, really the front line of the healthcare team. At the same time, it is also my belief that pharmacists have been the most underutilized, yet highly trained healthcare providers in this country. The PREP Act has provided our profession a bridge between this gap in pharmacist accessibility and pharmacist utilization. It has also really shed light on the need to have the ability to expand our technician workforce, to adapt, and to respond to the public needs. It is my experience that technicians continue to be more proficient at tasks that are typically considered technician duties versus a pharmacist that is breaking their own workflow to perform a tech duty. Proficiency is yet another tool towards our efforts to create an efficient environment for our customers with the goal of limiting their risk of exposure to COVID while in our pharmacies. I believe the increased ratio will provide a great start towards us being able to respond to the public needs more efficiently. I appreciate and thank the board for their consideration in increasing our pharmacist to technician ratio to 1 to 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Lester? All right. Well, seeing none, we will conclude the public portion of this meeting and go into our board meeting. So at this time, as we normally do, I would like to go ahead and read our mission statement. Our mission statement is to promote, preserve, and protect the public health, safety, and welfare by fostering the provision of quality pharmaceutical care to the citizens of Texas through the regulation of the practice of pharmacy, the operation of pharmacies, and the distribution of prescription drugs in public interest. We will have some agenda items in the meeting, so we want to make sure that we're aware of that. At 1 o'clock, we will look at the pilot report, and at 1:15, we will have our PRN program. So we will make sure that those are put in the according times. We will take a couple of different breaks, but, I want to remind everybody just to keep your videos on and, be sure to raise your hand if you have a question or need to speak. And with that, I'll ask Allison to take roll call.
All right. Julie Spear,
Here.
Donnie Lewis. I know I saw him. Jenny Yoakum.
Here.
Rick Fernandez.
Here.
Daniel Guerrero.
Here.
Lori Hinkey.
Here.
Brad Miller.
Here.
Donna Montemayor.
Here.
Chip Thornsberg.
Here.
Suzette Tiarina.
Here.
And Rick Tisch.
Here.
Great.
All right.
Everyone is here.
Seeing all members here, we will call this meeting to order. Our next order of business is the discussion and approval of minutes.
Did you want to, Julie, did you want to make the announcement about the board members that are serving on the task forces?
Oh, yes. Thanks. We did have a couple of announcements there. We did have a number of individuals that were appointed to NABP task force. I was appointed as an alternate for the Committee on Constitution and Bylaws. Donnie Lewis was appointed to the Overview Task Force on Pharmacy Technician Education, Practice Responsibilities, and Competence Assessment. Jenny Downing Yoakum and Donna Monomer were assigned to the Committee on Law Enforcement and Legislation. And then Lori Hinkey and Allison Benz were assigned to the Task Force on Pharmacy Technician Practice Responsibilities. So we've got some good representation with NABP, some additional tasks, but we know that the work done will be appreciated by collectively the boards, and puts us in a position to have a say. So thank you, Allison, for reminding me of that.
Yeah, and we'll be getting requests for task forces for the next year. We'll probably get those in the spring. So I'll send out an email requesting information and asking you to participate again. So hopefully when you see that, you'll be able to sign up for another task force for the following year.
And hopefully by then we won't be quite so virtual.
Right.
If you've attended virtual NABP meetings, it is a little bit different, but definitely some great work still going on, especially through their transition. So with that, we will go to our approval of minutes. You'll note that these were sent out ahead so that everyone had the ability to read them and to review them. We'll go ahead and take them separately. So first is our board business meeting, which was held on August the 4th. I will need a motion to accept.
I make a motion.
Make a motion.
Second.
I hear Donnie Lewis had a motion to accept and Bradley Miller a second. Allison, can you take a roll call on the approval of the minutes?
Yes. Julie Spear. Oh, wait, you don't vote. Sorry. Donnie Lewis.
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum.
Yes.
Rick Fernandez.
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero.
Yes.
Lori Hinkey.
Yes.
Brad Miller.
Yes.
Donna Montemayor.
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg.
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina.
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, with the passage of our August 4th board meeting. And we did also have a temporary suspension hearing that was held on September the 2nd. If I can have a motion to approve these minutes.
I move.
Donna has approved. I have a second from Rick Tisch. Can we have a roll call for vote? Alice?
Donnie Lewis.
Yes.
Jenny Yokum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarena,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I will turn it over to Megan so that we can start going through our discussion of possible action regarding rules and final adoption.
Thank you. In the rule PDFs, there are bookmarks with links to the lines with edits. And then also for the rules for adoption, you have received copies of the orders and preambles in the OneDrive link that was sent to you. And all of the rules that are up for adoption were proposed at the August 4th, 2020 board meeting and were published in the October 2nd, 2020 edition of the Texas Register. And we have C.1.1, 283.2, Healthcare Professional Preceptor Definition. And there is a revised version, so please click on that one. On line 90, it removes the intern trainee reference. The board voted to eliminate the pharmacist intern trainee designation at the May board meeting. And then starting on line 100, what's highlighted in blue is where the register suggests renumbering these definitions to be in alphabetical order.
All right, any discussion or can I get a motion for adoption?
I move for adoption.
Second.
We've got a motion for adoption by Lori Hinkey and a second by Donnie Lewis. Allison, we can have a roll vote.
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yokum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarena,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Megan?
Next, we have C.1.2, 283.4, pharmacist intern change of name requirements. And starting on line 228, it removes outdated references to returning the current certificate and paying a fee for a change of name because we no longer require the certificate to be returned, and the certificates are now provided electronically without a fee.
We can have a motion for adoption.
I make that. Second.
I have a motion from Donnie, and I believe that Lori beat out Brad, so a second by Lori Hinkey. If we can have a roll call vote on that, please.
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yokum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarena,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. For our next section, if you remember back to last time, we went through and we did the duty separate from the ratio for clarity so that we can look at each class. Megan's going to go through as written, and we're going to go ahead and do them one at a time by class. So Megan.
So this is C.1.3, amendments concerning expanded duties and ratios for pharmacy technicians and pharmacist interns. And there are written comments behind C.1.3, and there is also a summary chart kind of summarizing the different types of amendments in each rules behind there. We received comments from the Texas Pharmacy Association, the National Association of Chain Drugstores, and Dennis Wiesner in support of the amendments. We also received comments from Valentine Duru with Medicine Shop 1247, Susan Ainding, and Sabrina Griggs with Apothecary Shop in opposition. And the first one that we have is C.1.3.1, 283.5, pharmacist intern duties. And on line 57, it removes the ratio.
Any conversation, questions on this? If not, a motion to adopt.
I'll make the motion.
Rick Tisch has made the motion to
Second.
adopt. Rick Fernandez has seconded. We can have a roll call vote on.
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarena,
Yes.
and Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Megan, we'll move to Class A.
Next, we have C.1.3.2, and this is Class A Pharmacy. And the first rule that we have is 291.31 definitions. And line 156 modifies the definition of original prescription to remove by the pharmacist. It also corrects references to verbal prescriptions to say oral prescriptions throughout, as provided for in the Pharmacy Act. And then we have 291.32 personnel. And line 180 limits an oral prescription drug order for a controlled substance. And then line 199 limits transferring or receiving a transfer of a prescription for a controlled substance as duties that may only be performed by a pharmacist. Line 245 adds receiving oral prescriptions for dangerous drugs, transferring prescriptions for dangerous drugs, and contacting a prescriber for information regarding existing dangerous drug prescription to the list of duties that a pharmacy technician may perform under the supervision of a pharmacist. Line 257 expands the ratio to 1:6, with a maximum of 3 of the 6 being technician trainees, with the exception of the ratio required in section 568.006 of the Pharmacy Act. And just to remind everyone, all of the duties that a pharmacy technician or trainee performs must be done under the supervision of a pharmacist in accordance with the Act, and that would apply to all of the duties that we'll discuss in the rules today. And I also wanted to mention, in response to Gary Cacciatore's comment earlier, that you could add as permitted by state and federal law on line 181 to prevent confusion after the change on January 1st regarding oral prescriptions for controlled substances. So just something to consider. Next, we have 291.33 operational standards, and line 186 adds receiving an oral prescription drug order for dangerous drugs, transferring or receiving a transfer of a prescription for dangerous drugs, and contacting a prescriber for information regarding existing dangerous drug prescriptions to the list of duties that a pharmacy technician may perform during the time a pharmacist is absent from the prescription department. And lastly, we have 291.34 records. And line 171 limits receiving oral prescription orders for controlled substances as a duty that only a pharmacist may perform. Line 623 allows pharmacists and pharmacist interns to transfer controlled substance prescriptions. Line 625 allows pharmacists, pharmacist interns, and pharmacy technicians to transfer dangerous drug prescriptions. And line 800 adds pharmacist interns and pharmacy technicians to allow them to make non-judgmental clarifications with prescribers. And that is the end of the Class A amendments.
Thank you, Megan. So, comments, questions?
Hey, Julie.
Yes, sir.
Back to what Megan was talking about, what Gary Cacciatore requested or suggested. Where would that be on the? Where would that be? I need to go back on that. What was she mentioned? Do we need to add that or think about that? Let me see what he wrote. Because of January 1st.
So the board could make a motion out to go with what we've got, or it could be a motion with the amendment that on line 81, that it's as allowed by state and federal law.
There's actually a number of places where we would need to add that. So, we can look for that, just basically to clarify that for controlled substances that we would need to ensure that that's something that's done via, state and federal law. So if you just want to make that motion, we can find those locations and add that in for you. In order to comments.
If we amend though, does it have to go back out for public comment again?
I don't believe so, because this is very very much an logical outgrowth of what the comments were, and it doesn't actually change anything in terms of what you're doing in the proposal. It only reflects that you obviously still need to comply with the law as a reminder to the pharmacy profession.
So it wouldn't be a substantive amendment.
I do not believe it would be.
What would be considered a substantive amendment? Change.
Something that would be substantive probably at this point would be to change the ratio requirements. I think that would probably be substantive because people were counting on what was published in the register as being 1:6. So that at this point would probably need to be reposted.
And the reason because you indicated that amendment with that added language would need to be included in more than one place to ensure that we're abiding by both federal and state law.
There's a couple places that we need to put that in.
Okay.
Anytime we talk about transferring or taking an oral prescription.
Thank you.
Kirsten, do you think we should do that? Do you think that's needed right here, or should we just not add that?
Not needed. You have to comply with federal and state law no matter what. So, it's definitely not necessary. It was just, if you wanted to address that particular comment, you could add it. We could also turn around and add it at a later point if we want to not mess with the, current status of the proposed rules.
Okay.
In order to make sure that they remain valid. Obviously, any sort of challenge to a rule, if there's a procedural issue, it would invalidate the rule.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And the urgency of that amendment, as far as, the thing that kind of catches my attention is the comment about needing to add that language to more than one place as opposed to just the one that was stated. So would you need additional time to make sure that we're not missing anything for that language, or is it something that we could revisit?
In order to be, the most conservative on this, I would say probably just adopt them as they are, and then we will turn around and repropose, give you something to look at the next board meeting that you could clarify the issue.
And just from personal perspective, that would be kind of the route that I would be interested in going.
Or Allison, I'm not sure which. Do we have a feel, is that actually going to take effect in January? I know we've kicked it a few times.
Well,
that's required. That's in the law. Yes, it will take effect.
But as you stated, everything we do is in accordance with state and federal law. So
everything has to be.
Yeah. Right.
Otherwise, it's a violation.
Right. Okay. So does it need to be stated?
We give a lot of guidance in our rules. I think that's what Gary was pointing out. And if a pharmacist were to look at that, they might become confused. Hopefully, they would know that that provision is in law now as of January.
Right.
So do we have any other discussion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes.
I'd like to go ahead and make the motion that we pass as currently presented.
Second.
I think Bradley had beat you to that second. So I have a motion to adopt by Daniel Guerrera and a second by Bradley Miller. Allison, if you could take a vote, please.
Donnie Lewis?
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum?
No.
Rick Fernandez?
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero?
Yes.
Lori Hinkey?
Yes.
Brad Miller?
Yes.
Donna Montemayor?
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg?
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina?
Yes.
Rick Tisch?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Motion passes. Megan, if you'll go ahead and go with the next.
Next, we have C.1.3.3.
With language on that for the next time, just to give us some guidance on that.
I think that would be good if we could go ahead and have some guidance for the next time. Yeah.
Okay. Now we're on C.1.3.3, which is Class B Pharmacy. And the first rule is 1.52 definitions. And we are looking at a revised version. So highlighted in blue, you can see where the register suggests renumbering these definitions to be in alphabetical order. And line 135 modifies the definition of original prescription, as we've seen in earlier rules. Then we have 291.53 personnel, and line 168 limits receiving oral prescription drug orders for controlled substances as a duty that only a nuclear pharmacist may perform. And line 202 expands the ratio to 1:6, with a maximum of 3 of the 6 being technician trainees. And then we have 291.55 records. And line 77 allows for a pharmacist to receive an oral prescription order for a controlled substance, and allows for pharmacists and pharmacy technicians to receive oral prescription drug orders for a dangerous drug. And that is the end of Class B.
Any discussion on Class B pharmacies? Seeing none, if I can have a motion to adopt.
I make that motion to adopt.
Donnie Lewis has made the motion to adopt. If we can have a second.
I'll second.
Daniel Guerrero has made the second. Allison, if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
No.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes. If we could then, Megan, go to our remote pharmacy.
This is C.1.3.4, 291.121, remote pharmacy services. And line 543 limits receiving oral prescription drug order for a controlled substance to a duty that may only be performed by a pharmacist in telepharmacies. Line 552 allows a pharmacy technician at the remote site to receive an oral prescription for a dangerous drug.
Any discussion of our remote pharmacies? Seeing none, if we can have a motion to adopt.
I make the motion to adopt.
I'll second it.
We have a motion to adopt from Donnie Lewis and a second from Rick Tisch. Allison, if we can have a roll call vote on that.
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
No.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, the motion passes. Megan, we've got satellite pharmacy next.
Next, we have C.1.3.5, 291.129, satellite pharmacy. And line 100 limits receiving an oral prescription drug order for a controlled substance to a duty that may only be performed by a pharmacist. Line 128 adds receiving and reducing oral orders to writing and transferring prescriptions for dangerous drugs to the duties pharmacy technicians can perform. And then line 135 removes the ratio.
Any conversation or discussion of our satellite pharmacies? Seeing none, can I have a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt.
I move. I'll second.
Rick Fernandez has made the motion to adopt and Donna Montemayor has made the second. We can have a roll call vote, Allison.
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
No.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
No.
Suzette Tiarina,
Yes.
and Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that motion passes. Again, if we can go to Class G.
This is C.1.3.6, 291-153, Class G Pharmacy. And line 150 limits receiving an oral prescription drug order or medication order for a controlled substance to a duty that may only be performed by a pharmacist. Line 183 adds receiving and reducing oral orders for dangerous drugs to writing and transferring prescriptions for dangerous drugs to duties that pharmacy technicians can perform. And line 190 removes the pharmacy technician ratio.
Do we have any discussion on our Class G pharmacies?
I move to accept.
We have a motion to adopt. Do we have a second? And Suzette Tiarina has made a second. Allison, if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
No.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
No.
Suzette Tiarina,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that motion passes. Megan, if you can go through the substitution requirements.
So next we have C.1.3.7, and this is other classes of pharmacy. And the first one in this set is 309.2 definitions. And on line 81, it modifies the definition of original prescription, as we've seen earlier. And then the second is 309.3 substitution requirements. And line 105 modifies the notation language to allow for pharmacy technicians to receive oral prescription orders.
Any discussion on our substitution requirements? Seeing none, can we have a motion to adopt?
I make a motion to adopt.
Donnie Lewis has made the motion to adopt. A second?
I'll second.
I believe Rick beat you out, Donna. Rick Fernandez seconds. Allison, if we can have a roll call vote.
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
No.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. That will then pass as well. I do have a request that we take it's 10:08. How about a 12-minute break to make it easy for everybody? And we'll come back at 10:20. Again, make sure that when we come back, we've got our cameras on and we're able to speak and see each other. All right, I have 1020. With the screen shared, I don't see quite everybody. There we go. And looks like we're waiting on Rick and Rick.
There they are.
All right, we'll see all members back. Megan, I will turn it back to you concerning examination retake requirements.
This is C.1.4, 283.11, examination retake requirements. And on line 80, it updates the definition of coursework to be consistent with section 558.055 of the Texas Pharmacy Act.
Do we have any discussion on this? Seeing none, if I can have a motion to adopt.
I'll
I'll make a motion.
I think that was Rick that made the motion to adopt.
Rick
Donnie seconds. Allison, if we can have a roll call vote on that.
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina, is she back?
Did you hear me? Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I lost you off my screen.
No
And Rick
problem.
Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, then that does pass. Our next section that Megan's going to go over is really going to be for conversation purposes. As we all did our board training yesterday, we did the antitrust training, and the governor's office has asked to review this a little bit for the fact that there is some competitive discussion or nature in it. So we'll have a choice. Obviously, we want to discuss it. We'll have a choice that we can just leave it, let the governor's office come back with what their statements on it. We can make modifications if we want, or we can withdraw it. So with that, I'm going to let Megan go ahead and go through it, and we'll go through both of the sections and have our conversation all on the whole thing. So Megan?
This is C.1.5, amendments concerning non-pharmacist pharmacy owner training course. And the first one is 291.1, pharmacy license application. And on line 67, it adds a requirement that a non-pharmacist owner or managing officer must submit proof of attending a pharmacy ownership training course before a Class A license is issued, unless the pharmacy is operated by a publicly traded company or is wholly owned by a retail grocery store chain. And this requirement would have been effective January 1st, 2021, had it been adopted. And then the second one is 291.3, change of managing officers. And on line 99, it adds a requirement that each non-pharmacist owner or managing officer must submit proof of attending a pharmacy ownership training within 90 days of notifying the board of a change of managing officer, unless the pharmacy is operated by a publicly traded company or is wholly owned by a retail grocery store chain. And this requirement also would have been effective January 1st, 2021, had it been adopted. And we did receive a comment from Cole Knudsen in support of the amendments and suggesting that the course continue to be made available after online after the pandemic ends. The plan was for this to continue to be an online course, so we're in agreement with him there.
There not only is it online, but this would be a free course that the board would be putting on. So there would be no cost to the owner, but obviously it would give them the background necessary to make effective decisions with regards to our laws and our rules. So conversation,
Question.
Yes, Brad.
How often, if a change of ownership or a non-pharmacy owner takes ownership, is this a one-time course, or is this more like an annual, an initial and then an annual after that course to take?
How we had discussed it previously was that it would be a one-time course. They would take it, when they applied for their license or when there was a change of ownership.
And would they get like a certificate or something, some kind of document that would state that they've completed this?
That I'll have to defer to staff. Megan?
Yes, I believe so, because they're required to submit proof, so we would provide them with that.
Okay.
Yes, sir, Chip.
What was the feedback from the governor's office?
Well, basically, they're reviewing rules to determine if there's any that have any potential anti-competitive effects on businesses. And, this does have, it puts an additional requirement on for someone to obtain a license from the board. And, that's the reason why they're taking a look at it.
So I have a question. So if we made it equal across the board with all Class A pharmacies, would they have an issue with that?
We discussed that, and I think the answer is yes, because I don't think it's necessarily just that it's singling out this sort of the same group that was singled out by the legislature last session in terms of submitting the financial information to the board. It's basically just because it is a barrier to licensure, something that must be completed prior to having that license issued. That's what it sounded like to us when we discussed it. And I mean, again, we'd have to be sued to figure that out exactly. So.
Well, and in our previous conversation, this is not to be a barrier. It's really to be something to help the individual, to educate them, to make sure that as they go through their licensure process and as they operate their pharmacy, that they've got a good understanding of the rules so that they stay compliant. So really, I think the one thing that as a board we want to let these individuals know is that this is a service to them. We don't look at it as a barrier, but we look at it as a service we want to provide them so that they can be a better owner and, not have some of the pitfalls that we've seen in our informal conferences. So I think as questions come up, we need to make sure that it's presented that way, that it's a service to them. Yes, Bradley?
Follow-up question. Okay, so a new owner, he's doing well, he's taken the course, the whole 9 yards, and then he or she decides to open up another pharmacy or buy another one. Would the original requirement be like an umbrella and cover that individual for the second and multiple pharmacies, or would they have to retake the course?
Well, they have to submit proof of attendance.
Yeah.
And so they have proof of attendance from their previous course that they took. And so long as they, obviously we can go back and look to make sure we can issue it again. But yes, I think the answer is you would just have to take it that one time.
Okay.
I think, Chip, Lori had a question or comment before, and I'll come back to you.
I just wanted to mention, first, I completely agree with what you're saying, Julie. You go to the informal conferences and there are pharmacy owners who really are getting into trouble that I think we could do a service and help them prevent that. So I stand by the fact that I think we should continue to move forward with this pending the governor's office's input. Kirsten, do we have any idea what the timeline is for their meeting?
Megan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they'll have between now and the next board meeting in order to decide, whether or not they want to prohibit it.
They have 90 days to review it, I believe, is what the law allows.
My recommendation is that we table this until we have review from the governor's office.
Is that your motion?
I will make that motion, yes.
I second.
So we have a motion and a second, but let me get to Chip. Chip had a comment.
So I had a couple of questions. One, the governor's office does not really have the authority to overrule one of our decisions, correct?
They actually do now, based on a new law that was passed during the session. So they set up an office within the governor's office that does this review, and the legislature provided them the authority to do that.
So that gives them the direct oversight to keep us out of the legal. And then the second thing, legal. So for it to be considered a barrier, is there a legal standard? Does it have to be, because it's no cost, and we assume it's really not that much time, does it have to be that mythical substantial barrier?
It has to be, you know, a public interest must be in effect in order to override the barrier, basically. So, I mean, you know, I think that it's a weighing of those two interests, you know, what you're trying to accomplish with the rule and the additional time that would be required in order to, you know, complete taking the course prior to.
I mean, I certainly could see that the public interest would outweigh, if it's a free course and we're talking about a couple of hours and it actually prepares them for what they're going to deal with. I think that more than outweighs any inconvenience.
Yeah, and again, I think that it's really a service to them. So, you know, hopefully the governor's office will look at it as that as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I know we've got a motion and a second. Do we need to take a vote on tabling it since?
Yes, it's still a motion to table.
All right.
And can I get who the second was? I had Lori as the made the motion.
Lori made the motion, and I believe Daniel, was it Daniel or Donnie made the second?
There were two of us.
Everyone's so excited to make motions.
You put Daniel on it. That'll be great.
All right. And you're ready for the vote?
Yes,
Here we
ma'am.
go. Donnie Lewis.
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum.
Yes.
Rick Fernandez.
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero.
Yes.
Lori Hinkey.
Yes.
Brad Miller.
Yes.
Donna Montemayor.
Yes.
Tip Thornsberg.
No.
Suzette Tiarina.
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, as stated, we will table it. But again, our discussion as far as the governor's office would be is that this is a service we wish to provide. Megan?
Next, we have C.1.6, 291.74 operational standards. And this one also has a revised version, so please click on that one. Lines 89 and 107 state that the applicant must submit any information specified on the application and removes the list of required information as we have on other rules. And then line 129 specifies that they shall attest. And then on lines 200 and 265, you can see highlights in blue, and this is where the register suggests moving this statement out of the lists as it is not actually not part of the list. So that's just a formatting change.
Any discussion on the application requirements? Seeing none, if I can have a motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt.
I have a motion to adopt from Brad and a second.
I'll second it.
I have a second from Rick Tisch. Allison, if we can have a vote on that.
Donnie Lewis.
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum.
Yes.
Rick Fernandez.
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero.
Yes.
Lori Hinkey.
Yes.
Brad Miller.
Yes.
Donna Montemayor.
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg.
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina.
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Megan, our classy pharmacy.
This is C.1.7 concerning the definition of Class E pharmacy license. And our first one is 1.101 purpose. And on line 50, you can see an update that came out of House Bill 2847, which permits Class E pharmacies to process prescription drug orders and perform other pharmaceutical services. And then the second one is 291.102 definitions. And this is on line 64. And it's that same House Bill 2847 update, which permits Class E pharmacies to process prescription drug orders and perform other pharmaceutical services.
Any discussion regarding Class E pharmacies? If I could have a motion to adopt them.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
We have a motion from Daniel and a second from Donnie. Allison, you want to take a vote on both of those?
Tommy Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
All right, that passes. Now we have as our last, as far as adoption, is the amendments for concerning the electronic prescribing waivers. Megan?
This is C.1.8 and it's Rule 315.3. And there is a revised version for this one. So again, please click on that one. And for this one on line 93, the board voted to propose these amendments based on the recommendation from the interagency work group and suggestions from the governor's office. As you know, House Bill 2174 required the board to convene an interagency work group regarding waivers and then to adopt rules establishing the eligibility for a waiver. And then it requires each agency that licenses a prescriber to adopt rules consistent with the board rules. And the governor's office suggested the addition of the definition of economic hardship, which you see in the rule now. We received comments from the Texas Medical Association suggesting that the rule reference all of the statutory exceptions to electronic prescribing, which we have included in blue on line 102. TMA also requested that the board add additional expressed waivers for physicians in this rule. However, this is not something that the board would have the authority to do. It's important to remember that the agency that issued the prescriber's license will be the one determining the eligibility for a waiver and will be adopting their own rules consistent with the one adopted by this board.
Give everybody a minute to read back through that. All right, any conversation or questions regarding this?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Wasn't in the original statute that passed veterinarians exempt?
Yes, and that's actually why we added that blue on line 102.
Okay,
It goes references the part of the Controlled Substance Act that enumerates the 11 different exceptions that there were, and veterinarians was one of those.
Okay.
And that was in order to address that comment from the Medical Association as well.
Okay, thank you.
Rick Fernandez?
Yeah, quick question. What is your anticipation on the number of waiver requested? Do you think it's going to be significant, or I just wonder what the capacity will be for approving those, reviewing those?
We are not approving any of them. They're being submitted to the medical board and to the licensing boards of the other prescribers. So, it's going to be up to them.
No, I was just thinking it's up to them, obviously. I just wondering if we had an idea just for their own reference. Wouldn't be us doing them.
Do not.
And how will a pharmacist know that a physician has a waiver? Will it just be self-reported by that physician or by that prescriber?
Not responsible to make that determination. So, the pharmacist, it's specifically outlined in the law that a pharmacist is not responsible for making sure that there's a waiver before doing the prescription. So, they could ask, they could not ask. It's fine either way. And I don't know, the licensing boards, they may decide that they want to publish a list on their websites, but, that we don't have any information about that yet.
Any other questions? Being none, if we can have a motion to adopt
With the change, is that?
with the change.
I make that motion.
Second.
So Donnie has made the motion to adopt. Chip Thornsberg has made the second. Allison, you want to take a roll call vote on that?
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
All right. Megan, if you want to move to the proposal rules.
Sure. So the first one that we have is C.2.1, and this is 291.14, non-pharmacist pharmacy ownership course. And this one would line up with the other two that we discussed earlier, or that you discussed earlier, that the governor's office was reviewing. And if you remember from the training, this division of the governor's office will only review proposed rules that have been published in the register. So if you wanted this rule to be reviewed with the other two, it would need to be proposed and published in the register before we could submit it to that division for review. And so this rule clarifies that if a change of managing officer notification is submitted at the time of renewal, the requirement still applies that each non-pharmacist owner or managing officer must submit proof of attending a pharmacist ownership training within 90 days of notifying the board of the change of managing officer, unless the pharmacy is operated by a publicly traded company or is wholly owned by a retail grocery store chain. And this requirement would have been effective January 1st, 2021, the same as the others.
Any additional conversation or discussion here? This will be a motion to propose, not a motion to adopt. Do we have a motion to propose?
I have a question.
Okay, Jenny.
Does this not fall into the same category from C 1.5?
Yes, this was just one that we had not previously proposed. And so we went back to put it, along with, to make it compliant with the other one that we were proposing above. And like Megan said, if we want it to all be considered to publish it, and then they can look at it and let us know about the course.
Maybe Daniel, you're a parliamentarian as well, but I'm not sure this is in order since we just tabled the discussions surrounding it.
You're right.
It's a different rule. It's not the same rule that we're looking at.
And it would.
Go ahead.
What will most likely happen if we wait and don't propose it at this time, in February, we would hear back from the governor's office about the rules that they currently have, and then this one would still not be approved, and we'd have to go through the same process with the governor's office. So if we can vote to propose it, if that is your recommendation, then it can go as well at the same time and all be reviewed together.
And that was going to be my question, is from a timing standpoint, how do these line up? And if that's the case, then I agree with what you just stated. And
we'll get as soon as possible, and hope to the governor's office and ask them to consider it at the same time that they're considering what they decided they want to review.
I think out of consideration for the governor's office, it allows them to look at it in its entirety if it's proposed, rather than having it piecemealed.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to propose.
And second.
Is there any other discussion before we take a vote? Seeing that we've got a motion proposed by Daniel and a second by Lori. Allison, if you want to take a vote.
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yokum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
No.
Suzette Tiarena,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we'll have that then as a proposed rule for the governor's office to look at. Megan, if you want to go to the next.
Okay, next we have C.2.2, which is 295.13, Drug Therapy Management Protocol. And on line 80, it updates the notification requirements to require a copy of the written protocol be submitted at the time of the initial notification and within 10 days of a change to the protocol. And so this is kind of streamlining that.
Any discussion on this? Concerns? Seeing none, if we can have a motion to propose.
Motion proposed.
Second.
We have a motion to propose by Rick Fernandez and a second by Donnie Lewis. Alice, you want to take a vote on that?
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yokum, Jenny,
Jenny, I think you're on mute.
Sorry. Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarena,
Yes.
and Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, next section on our agenda is the rules review in accordance with our government code. Megan, you want to go
I think
through
we
that?
skipped over C.2.3.
I'm sorry.
I can take us back there.
Implemented monitoring program. Sorry about that.
Just got excited about the rule review.
I did.
So this is C.2.3, which is 315.15 prescription monitoring program access requirements. And this clarifies that the mandatory lookup only applies to outpatient prescriptions. And so you may remember from the last board meeting that the Texas Society of Health System Pharmacists had a comment about this, and this would be the resolution, the clarification that they were requesting.
Discussion on this as far as this clarification. Being none, do we have a motion for proposal?
I move for proposal.
I'll make a motion.
Lori Hinkey has made the motion to propose and Rick Tisch has seconded. Alice, you want to take a vote?
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yokum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarena,
Yes.
and Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes as a proposal. Now we will go to rule review. Megan, if you want to lead us through the rule review.
Sure. So behind C.3 is our rule review plan. And state law requires you to review the rules on a 4-year cycle. You're looking to see if you still need these rules. It's not about their content. And these rule reviews are up for proposal. So first we have Chapter 297 concerning pharmacy technicians. And then we have Chapter 291, sections concerning services provided by pharmacies. And then we have Chapter 291, sections concerning other classes of pharmacy.
All right, again, this is not content, it's just the need for the rules. Do we have a motion as to keeping the rules?
So moved.
Rick Tisch has made a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Daniel Guerrero has made the second. Allison, you want to take a vote for us?
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina,
Yes.
Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, those pass. So we're going to skip D. It is scheduled for 1 p.m. and I will ask Allison to lead us through the task force report.
All right. The first item that you have is the task force report for the compounding advisory group. And behind that tab, you have minutes from their meeting that was held September 16th. And they had a good discussion at that meeting. They are planning to meet again in November and just continuing to work with them on their ideas and recommendations.
Any questions for Allison regarding the compounding advisory group? All right. I mean, obviously, we thank all these people for the service they provide by being part of this, and we look forward to their comments from the November meeting. Allison, you want to go over the next?
Yeah, the next item is the report from the Prescription Monitoring Program Advisory Group. And that was I think it's the third meeting that they've had. But they had a good meeting in July. You've got the meeting minutes there. They all then met again in October. And we've got the agenda. They had some information from our vendor of the PMP APRIS on using the system and different features. They had some other good discussion that came out of that meeting, and they are planning to meet then again in January. And we've also got the draft minutes of their meeting that they just had as well.
From their meeting, was there anything that we needed to take action on or?
Not at this time. I don't believe so.
And their next meeting is in January after the holidays, correct?
Correct.
Is there a board member liaison on this group?
No, on that group is set by the legislature, and there are defined members, and so there is not a board member as a part of that group. The meetings are open to the public, so I think you could attend if you wished, and right now they're by Zoom, so just like this, you could be on the, listening on the side there if you were interested.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I do appreciate the number of staff members, including BJ and some others that are attending those meetings. So,
all right, BJ Slack is the program manager, and so she attends so that if there's questions about the operation of the system, she can answer those. We've also had APRIS there, the vendor at the meeting, so they're also able to answer any questions about how the system works in detail and things like that.
any other questions regarding the PDMP committee report? All right, seeing none. Allison, leave it with you as far as the financials.
All right. The next thing on the agenda is our FY 2020 expenditures. And so behind tab F 1.1, you have a look at our end of year. August 31st is the end of our fiscal year. And so you can see where we kind of ended up with our budget and with our 5% cut. I think those things are outlined on the next page, different areas that we had to cut from and what we did for that fiscal year in order to meet those requirements. You can see that information there. And then I don't know if anyone has any questions about our FY 2020 expenditures. That's just letting you see what we did last year. The next tab is our board member travel budget. And this again is for FY 2020. So this is our last fiscal year and where we ended up. So we did use some of the remaining travel funds as a part of our budget cut, since we knew that there wouldn't be any travel happening the rest of fiscal year 2020. And we also cut some of that in fiscal year 21. You'll see that in a minute. But since right now there's not any travel going on for board business, so we are able to use that as a savings. So we don't have the fiscal year 21 board member travel, but right now it's pretty much zero across the board. So if things change, we'll adjust for that. So. And then the next tab is our fiscal 2021 budget for this fiscal year. So this is just kind of giving you an idea of where our funds are allocated for fiscal year 21. So, and how we'll be spending our funds this year.
Allison, how many FTEs are there?
We have 110 allocated, I think, to us. So the legislature sets how many FTEs we can have, and we're at 110. We don't have 110 employees. There were several positions that were not filled and were cut as a part of our budget cut, so we could save those salaries. So we're probably just a little over 100, I think, is the number that we're at. Because I know there were 4 positions that we didn't have filled that were then eliminated, and
we're at 103.
103. Okay, I was trying to think if there was anything else. There's a couple, like I think a vacancy here and there. So that's where we're at.
Hey, Allison. Tell me what, with COVID and the way we're doing Zoom and the way inspections are done differently now, how has that impacted your budget, especially from the travel for the inspectors?
Right. Well, they have not been traveling. Definitely through the end of the fiscal year, their travel was very, very limited, if at all. So, and that was good that that they weren't traveling, because that was then one area we could cut in our budget. We were able to identify that as a savings, and so we, were able to give that back to the state. And they are starting to do some travel now, not anything or overnight unless it's in an exceptional situation. So they are saving that money by not traveling like they had been, because again, that's an area that we were cutting in this fiscal year as well for the staff. So it's saving them some money, saving the state some money on that. And as far as the board meetings, right now, the governor has waived the requirements for an open meeting. So we are able to have these meetings virtually. And again, that's also saving us money, again, where we were cutting some travel funds.
Okay. Well, how has the the inspections, do you think that'll be a trend in the future for the inspectors to do more online or virtual rather than making these actual trips unless there's a violation of flagrant something?
Yeah, we've been talking about that. And again, because it is saving money, as probably eventually, even after this is over, moving towards some sort of hybrid type, not all remote, not all in person, but some sort of, combination of the two.
Okay. Okay.
Are we putting a bookmarker though in so that when things do go back live, we know that, say when we do a comparison 20 to 21 and 21 to 22, that that money is kind of bookmarked, that we'll need additional travel expenses because it's a 2-year process.
We did not ask for the 22-23 biennium to get the funding back to restore to complete travel, 100% travel.
Okay.
We would have to, ask that.
What our budget is for the next, what our LAR request contained. With the cut, if that makes any sense.
And do you want to talk a little bit about the move as far as budgeting for that, or?
Right, that's kind of under F15. I can just kind of skip to that real quick, since we're kind of talking about the budget, for the next biennium and everything. So the biggest, well, one of the big parts of our, not the biggest part, but one of the big parts of our request in the legislative appropriation request, the LAR, was for our move. And we are scheduled to move to the George Bush building that will be at 1801 Congress, just across the street from the Bob Bullock Museum on one side, and on the other side, it's across from the Blanton Museum, if you know where those two things are. And the building is coming along. You can go to the Facilities Commission website and you can see pictures of it going and see, I think they have a pretty cool time lapse that shows, from beginning to current. And I want to say they're maybe on the 6th or 7th floor. We're scheduled to be on the 13th floor. And we have those funds, we're requesting those funds in our move, in our LAR to accomplish the move in fiscal year 2022. Is there anything else you want to know about the move, or? It looks pretty cool. I mean, they showed us some plans. The plans look pretty neat. We're taking up most of one whole floor. There's, the way it is the elevators are in the middle, and then there's sort of two, I guess, wings off of the middle section. And so we have the one side completely, and then on the other side we have a pretty good section of that, but it's completely divided from the other agency that would be on that area. And we have like good dedicated space, conference rooms to have meetings. If we are having them in person, like the board meeting would be held at a different building. They would be held at, I'm not sure what the name of that building is, but it's at 1600 Congress. So 2 blocks down the street is where the meetings for the board would probably be held. Informal conferences might be able to be held in the building that we're going to be in.
The rumor is there's much better parking.
And there's good parking. It'll be, I think it's underground parking. There's some like employee parking. There's also then some paid parking. And I think there's over 4,000 spots, I think is what they said for that, so.
All right, and then I got you out of order, so if you want to.
Okay, yeah.
And material changes.
Right, so then behind C.1.4 or F.1.4 is our material changes for our contract items, and that just gives you information on contract changes. So at the end of the year or beginning of the year, when we renew contracts, those get, updated. And so it is just the continuing on of the contract with the vendor through the next fiscal year. But it does then change the contract. The total contract amount has been changed. And so that's, and we're required to let you know about that.
Allison, on that APRIS, the first one, what, it's the $700,000. Didn't we have an increase on this a year or so ago? Didn't we have they raised their amount of the contract a year or two ago? Didn't we have a different one?
I think that the cost of the actual contract base cost, I believe, was $700,000 last year as well.
Okay.
We did have to pay the additional money last fiscal year. We paid the money that was appropriated to fund the integration, NARCS care, and clinical alerts.
Right.
So that was about $6 million that you see in that previous contract total. Okay. So it looks like the original contract amount was $700,000, and the cost of this year is back to $700,000. Last year we had a big amount because of those increased enhancements. And this contract runs through August 31st of 21. So this fiscal year, and we are in the process of getting ready to put out a request, either a request for information or a request for proposal. I'm not sure which way we've decided to go, but we will be redoing this contract, putting it out to bid for then beginning September 1, 2021.
Okay.
And it would be the same where we're able to do 5 or 6 years, where you can, every year you can continue it up to that amount of time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions regarding the finances? So I'm going to ask the board a question on the agenda to see how we want to do this. And Daniel, I'm going to need for you to weigh in substantially. So our next agenda item is to go through the board's mission statement. I think that this is, a great thing that we're doing. And I believe that when you mission and vision, it's part of it's all a journey, and it takes time and needs to be done correctly. So we do have 2 things that we have to do at 1 and 1:15 as far as our agenda goes. We can do, to me, one of 2 things. One is we can go ahead and continue with the agenda the way it is if we feel like there's enough time there, and allowing for us to get some little lunch in there before the 1:15. Or we could go ahead and go to knock out the disciplinary orders, which obviously would not take very long. See if we can schedule lunch in there and then come back. So Daniel, you're going to have to kind of give us a little bit of guidance here, because I think that this is too important to rush, and I'm not sure what your timeline was.
Well, what I'd been contemplating was the potential of an hour, but I'm also looking at not wanting to put us in a position where we're pressed up against another priority, especially one that's scheduled like a 1 or 1:15. So if the board is open to continuing and bringing this particular item back once we've concluded everything else, to where we have a little bit more freedom and we're not pressed up against something, I'm satisfied with that.
I would recommend that we do that.
Yeah, especially I the priorities of, or the hardships of trying to facilitate something when people are either hungry or looking at their clock is intimidating. So I'd rather push those issues aside when we are fed and not looking at the clock for something else. We can bring it back a little later in the agenda.
Okay, so we can go through this will be an early lunch then. So know that we'll still probably come back and need to start with our missioning and visioning, knowing that we may break. Is everyone kind of in agreements with that we'll do disciplinary orders, break for lunch, and then come back for our missioning and visioning?
Julie, how long will those scheduled items at 1 and 1:15 take?
I mean, if you think about what they normally are, they're usually very short. It's basically the PRN report.
Right.
Probably about 15 minutes each.
Yeah.
Right. I would recommend that we move this till 1:30 till the conclusion of those and have the whole discussion as a single unit rather than interrupting it.
I'd agree with that.
Is there any other discussion along those lines? All right, well, how about if we go ahead and knock out the disciplinary orders and take actually the consideration and possible actions concerning enforcement reports. So we'll go have Caroline knock those things out, and then we'll break for lunch, coming back at 1 o'clock with our scheduled meetings. So Caroline, you want to start us off with well, actually, I guess we do have a couple other things that we can take care of. Let's go to Caroline, or let's go to Allison, sorry. Can we do the report on the prescription monitoring program?
Sure, that's item F4. And you've got behind that tab, you've got just information on the current statistics from the prescription monitoring program. We're continuing to see increased registration, increased usage, and we've added a few more states since the last time we looked at it. We keep, connecting with other states to their PMPs as many as we can. I think we're working on Florida, which has been one that's been harder to connect with, and we're working on that one. I don't think it's complete yet, but we're working on that one. So just letting you kind of know about the data on the PMP. And I don't have anything
Any questions on the PMP for Allison? I think it's great to see how the number of pharmacists has registered. It's grown and grown.
Yeah, pharmacists are using it really well.
All right. Kirsten, you want to go over F5, the report on appeals?
Yes, I just want to give y'all an update of where we're at with the Garrett lawsuit that I've talked about on a number of occasions. The 2 physicians that sued the board and also the medical board in regard to physicians being prohibited from dispensing out of their offices. So the last time we've completed the discovery, and now we're going through kind of a motion practice. We have competing motions for summary judgment and some motions to strike, and all of that will be heard at the next time that's scheduled, which is December 9th with the court. And that will be a Zoom hearing. And we will have, if you would like, we can certainly let y'all know what the access is for that. If you'd like to see that hearing, that is a public hearing. And we'll see what happens. There's both sides are basically asking for the judge to make a decision based on this motion for summary judgment that would resolve the case one way or another. If it doesn't get resolved that way, then it would have to go forward for a trial. So that's where we're at with it. If you have any questions, let me know. And if you'd like to know about the access, you just let me know that as well. We can provide that.
Any questions for Kirsten? Kirsten, thanks for your continued work on that. Now, Caroline, if you want to go take us to G and the consideration of possible actions concerning the enforcement reports.
Sure. Well, behind G.1, this is the report on closed complaints, and this is since we just finished the last quarter of the fiscal year 20. You can see throughout the year the report on how each of those complaints were closed. And the bottom chart on page 1, that little bottom section, is just the comparison of those closed with disciplinary orders to those closed without disciplinary orders throughout all of fiscal year 20. And then on page 2 of the closed report, this is just a kind of a breakdown and comparison specifically for the last quarter, the one that ended in August of the fourth quarter, in comparison to the quarterly average of fiscal year 19. So kind of how it was last quarter compared to all of last year in fiscal year 19. And then if you don't have any questions about that, we can look at G2, which is your open complaints. So this is the chart on the complaints that are open. The very top part of the chart is the comparison from the past 5 fiscal years, so including fiscal year 20 that just wrapped up in August. And it shows the number of complaints that were received and that comparison from each fiscal year, the number of closed complaints, the complaints that were closed in that fiscal year, and the average resolution time for the closed complaints. And then the chart 2 is for the open complaints that you do have. This is the last column is the number of open complaints as of the date that the chart was prepared, which was on October 5th, and their ages of the open complaints.
Any questions for Caroline?
Caroline, the trend is looking good, don't you think?
Thanks, Johnny. Yeah, does look consistent.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. The fact that we've gone down to 127 days, which is the shortest period of time in the last 5 years, plus the fact that, you know, we have less complaints that are staying in there for the longer period of time, up to 2 years. So it's really a testament to the entire team, Caroline, on what y'all are doing. All right.
Thank you.
The next is our disciplinary orders, which were all sent to everybody, so you've all reviewed them.
Correct. Orders to y'all. Last night was the final update. It was sent at 6 o'clock last night, and I know we've been sending those to you over the past couple of weeks, so that you'll have plenty of opportunity to review them. We have agreed board orders, default orders, and remedial plans that would need to be approved. And then, of course, we also give you all a summary of the orders that are entered by the executive director. We do need a motion on all of the proposed orders and the default orders and the remedial plans. And you'll see in your chart, each of those are summarized in terms of whether those were proposed by mail and without an informal conference, if it's something where y'all have given us guidance, or if there was an informal conference, then obviously the board member is listed as well. The 2 board members that were at that informal conference will be listed. So if you have any questions about any of that, let me know. Otherwise, we can take a motion for all of those to be approved at one time.
Any questions or concerns? Can I get a motion?
I'll make that motion. Now, we're doing all of H, H1, H2, H3, and H4. Is that what I'm voting for?
It's basically H2 and H4.
Yes.
Okay.
Just the report that it would be the ones that y'all can just take a look at. And if you have any questions, obviously, you don't have to even let me know that now. You can ask later if you'd like. But those are ones that were already entered by Ms. Benz based on your previous guidance. And then the H3 is just the executive session. That's it. If we needed to discuss anybody who was subject to rehabilitation order, so someone who's suffering from an incapacity.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to approve the H2, H4 remedial plan.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Donnie and a second by Daniel. Allison, you want to?
Donnie Lewis,
Yes.
Jenny Yoakum,
Yes.
Rick Fernandez,
Yes.
Daniel Guerrero,
Yes.
Lori Hinkey,
Yes.
Brad Miller,
Yes.
Donna Montemayor,
Yes.
Chip Thornsberg,
Yes.
Suzette Tiarina,
Yes.
and Rick Tisch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. With that, what we'll do is, again, we've got those two scheduled things at 1 and 1:15. We'll break for a little bit longer lunch than we normally do. And then once we do those two, we'll come back in the agenda to the mission and vision so that we can discuss everybody's ideas and have Daniel lead us in that discussion. So I would ask that we are to start back at 1. If you could come in just like we did this morning, 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes ahead of time so that we can make sure that everybody's well connected. We can hear from, we can hear you and see you, and just make sure we're all there.
Do you want to go over the miscellaneous items, or do you want to wait till the very end?
I was just going to leave that as a conclusion at the very end.
Okay, just checking. Don't want to forget.
No, we won't. I promise. All right. See everybody right at a little before 1 o'clock then.
1 o'clock.
Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Julie.
5-minute warning.
All right, I have 1 o'clock. I believe that we're waiting on Chip and Rick Tisch. There's Chip. Well, wait a minute more for Rick. I may need to text him. There's Rick. All right, we have.
Sorry, I was on the phone.
Not a problem. All right, we have everyone present again. We'll start with our scheduled 1 o'clock. You are all sent within the agenda the report on the pilot project concerning the automated dispensing and delivery. It's my understanding that Randy Bell, that they're here for questions if we have questions for them, but there was not going to be a formal report. So I needed to find out if there were any questions, comments. Allison, if you want to add anything to the report.
No, you just have the report there that they're required to submit per the guidelines of the pilot project, and they're continuing to go on. The pilot project can go up to 18 months. However, if you feel like it's going well, you can decide to go through the rulemaking process sooner. The pilot project was approved by the board. They've been going, I think we figured out yesterday, about 8 months or so. And we received a waiver from the governor to suspend rules regarding the pilot project. So other entities besides Sam's Club are able to now participate in doing the same automated dispensing system.
Yeah, I think the report's pretty detailed as far as, outages and stuff like that. Any questions, comments?
The one question I have is why the utilization is still so low. Are they marketing this? Is there just no interest from patients? What have they learned as far as that's concerned?
We can let them speak to it. I think it may partly be related to COVID, but if
Well, the numbers were pretty low before as well.
Before, yeah. When
Doesn't-
it had just started right before everything shut down. But if they're here, we can certainly bring them over to speak.
Because with COVID, I mean, we found that people want to have an option where they don't necessarily have to be in front of a person. So
Right.
this might, have actually increased during
Right.
COVID. But it doesn't seem like it has as much. I mean, it did a little bit, it looks like, but still in the 20s.
Over at this point, Ed Rickard, is there anybody else who?
Ed's here and he can unmute and speak. And if he wants anyone else, just let us know and we can bring them over.
Yes, hi. Hi, yeah, Ed Rickard from Corals and Brady on behalf of both Sam's Club and Medivale. Thanks for the very good question. I think that part of the issue here, and I'll let the Sam's Club representative speak to the issue as well. They're still in the first phase of this project, and COVID did have a little bit to do in terms of kind of slowing down the progress to get into the next phase of the project. Just to kind of remind you how the approval went. Phase one, the med center is still in the pharmacy, adjacent to the pharmacy. So when people come into the pharmacy, they have the option of either going up to the counter or going to the med center. And if patients are going to be coming into the pharmacy, it could be that patients still prefer to go up to the counter as opposed to go to the machine. There was some, I think, delay on really kind of marketing and promoting this early on. I think, and I'll let Sam's Club speak to this. I think they're ready to move into the next phase, and the next phase of the approval was to place a med center at a Sam's Club location that doesn't have a pharmacy, and based on experience with other pharmacies that deploy this technology, we would expect to see an uptick in utilization once we see that next phase. To Allison's point about other, because of the emergency declaration by the governor, other providers using this technology, Texas Health Resources, I know, has deployed a number of the med centers at their clinics, and there may be a Texas Health Resources representative in attendance as well that can kind of speak to the utilization at that location. I also see that Seema from Medivale joined, and allow her to weigh in as well.
I believe the other person that came on is Sherry Mallett. If you want to,
yes,
thank yourself.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to that question. Essentially, when
tell
we first started,
tell us who you're with first.
I'm with Sam's Club Home Office. Thank you. I appreciate it. We started out the program through .com only, and you had to have a QR barcode. So our .com usage was not as high, and it was a way for us to get the program out there and get it started. On October 8th, we actually started so that you could actually identify yourself by patient name, patient date of birth, and a 4-digit PIN, which opened us up more. So that was just on October 8th. That's why you see the usage starting to increase on this month. Our programmers were behind just slightly because we had to essentially devote our programming to COVID response with deliveries, with curbside, with other types of features. So this program didn't get implemented until October 8th. And we're excited to see what the usage can be now that we can do patient name, patient date of birth, and 4-digit PIN as identification instead of a QR barcode.
And can you remind me how many prescriptions a week this location does?
I would have to get back to you on that. I don't have that information off the top of my head. I apologize.
Any other questions for either Ed or?
Just kind of a general, do you feel like it's progressing well? Is it progressing according to your expectations?
It is now. It was not, it did not meet our expectations to begin with, just because of the limitations with .com, with the QR barcode, with limitations for the patient to be able to even select it. So now that they can select it and we can actually dispense from the machine, the pharmacist is also, and the pharmacy staff is very excited about the opportunity to be able to see, they can see the future of the process now. Before it was just so limited, and the patient base was limited. And they're very excited to see what the future holds and what the changes hold going forward.
Any equipment issues?
Just some. It mostly pertains to around patients. They're used to coming into Sam's Club and scanning their membership card. So they try to scan their membership card on the machine to get a free sample. Or they tend to put gum, paper, other things like that into the machine where you would normally scan a prescription in. So we've tried to fix some of those issues as we went forward, and we're taking steps to prevent some of those from happening. But again, it comes from just a retail pharmacy setting, and that you've got kids, you've got adults, and lots of people asking about it. So we hope that as the usage goes up, some of those other issues will also stop happening.
Do you have there been any mechanical issues with the machine? Loading, unloading, that kind of thing?
Sure. So we did have a couple of issues. We had not used the labels for almost a year. So we had some issues with the labels and the first portion of the label roll. We had some issues with that where the label was not coming off. And we do preventive maintenance every 3 months currently. And the labels, they had not been used. So that caused us some issues when we first started that up, but we have not seen that since that has been corrected. But that was the only issue that we saw. We have had some prior issues with just the prescription boxes that are loaded, that the flaps tend to sometimes just come open if they're not completely all the way. And we've started just taping them as a precaution. But we did have a couple occurrences, and you will see that. I think there was one listed on the report where we just started taping it, and that seemed to resolve that issue.
And did the individual from Midvale, I guess she dropped, I wanted to make sure if she had any other comments to add.
She just texted me, and she lost her internet connection, but she didn't have anything to add beyond what Sherry just offered.
All right.
Julie, this is Donnie. I had a question.
Yes, sir.
From the gentleman or from the Midvale rep, have you had any experience with a federal health clinic using one of these machines?
Yeah, if Seymour were here, she could give a more robust response to that. My understanding, however, is no. I don't believe that may be opening up now in California. There was some separate new legislation written in California, and I believe that there's an FQHC that's interested in deploying. But my understanding is that at this point it's mostly independent pharmacies and retail pharmacies, and then a couple of clinics around the country.
Okay, thank you.
Good questions. Anything else in regards to the pilot? Does not look like it. Well, we appreciate the fact that y'all are keeping us informed We'll be interested to see with the new changes that you've put in place, what the winter months will bring. Thank you for agreeing to come on so we could ask you some questions as well.
Thank you for the opportunity to present.
We appreciate the opportunity.
We are about 2 minutes ahead. I will ask if we can check with Debbie Garza to see if maybe she is ready to go.
Julie, I can do staff's report on the PRN.
Why don't we go ahead and do that? That's a good idea.
Okay. So we'd be looking at F.3.1. And this is staff's chart that you're familiar with regarding the number of pharmacist and student pharmacist interns that are participating with the peer assistance program. The top of the chart represents the last 3 fiscal years. And the bottom of the chart represents all of fiscal year 2020. So we're reporting to you on the number of individuals that were added in the 4th quarter of last fiscal year. And so you can see how we ended up the year with 137 people participating at some point during the fiscal year. And then on the second page, we generally don't have this page, but because of the end of the fiscal year, it goes ahead and adds in FY20, so you can see the comparison there next to the other fiscal years. And the bottom chart is just repeated from the first page with the breakdown.
Any questions for Caroline in regards to the numbers as far as participants? All right. Well, that puts us right on time with Ms. Garza.
Thanks, Julie. Well, good afternoon. Hope everyone had a great lunch. I just wanted to make you aware of some changes and new faces you'll be seeing with the Professional Recovery Network. Eden Mouse, who was with us for almost 9 years, most recently the past 2 years as our director of the PRN program, got a great new opportunity for her career. So we wish her the best, but she has since left PRN. Last week was her last week, but we're thrilled to have a new director of the Professional Recovery Network, Abraham Maharaz, and you'll be introduced to him in just a second. I'll give you a little more background, but we'll also have some new faces with case managers whom you may see at the individual informal conferences and such. Sophie Chudley also left, so we have Candace Hall, who started with us this week. And then we'll be having another person probably joining us in the next week or so. So we'll be back up to full staff. Hannah Powers is still here with us, so we're thrilled, and she got promoted to senior manager and will be involved in a lot of the training with our new case managers. But as I mentioned, we were thrilled to have Abraham. He joined us last week, so that he's in his week 2, getting to present in front of all of you. So, so recognizing that, but he is a licensed professional counselor, has both a bachelor's and master's degrees in psychology. He most recently was a clinical manager with Beacon's Health Options, where he oversaw 6 different managed care programs and was responsible for both behavioral health and substance abuse in those programs. He's highly qualified. He's had over 30 years managing and leading people, programs, and projects. He also has his master's in business administration. So that's great for this program with someone that has a solid financial understanding and background as we look to grow our PRN program. So I'm sure y'all will enjoy working with Abraham. Just in the short time he's been with us, we've already really feel he's off to a great start. So with that, Abraham, welcome, and I will turn the rest of the program over to him for him to give you his PRN report.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you, Debbie.
Abraham.
Go ahead.
I said, thank you, Debbie, and welcome, Abraham.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon to everybody. Let me start off by just kind of underscoring the thanks for Eden. As Debbie mentioned, this is literally my second week, and I know last week Eden and I were trying to transfer as much of her institutional knowledge into my head. I don't know how much of it stuck, but she did a valiant effort and was very patient with me. So I kind of want to acknowledge the great stuff she's done over the years. As we move forward, I'll get to know each of you better, and you'll get to know me. But I'm glad to be here, and I'm excited to move forward. So I have no problem talking to the board. So I know it came kind of quick in my tenure here, but that's fine. Any questions before I start with my presentation? All right, well, let me go, some of the data was presented a while ago. I just kind of want to touch a little bit on that and just go over it. And then again, if there's questions, fine. If not, just as we move forward, as I attend more of these meetings, kind of just give you an idea of what how I like to present and what I'm going to present. And again, we could always modify that as needed. So one of the things looking at the data, and some of it's new to me, obviously, is that fiscal year 2020 had a 10% drop in participants versus fiscal year 2019. And again, 10% not a big amount, but I just wanted to highlight, we saw a little drop. It looks like the majority of that came from mandated pharmacists. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that and see if that's going to continue to trend. I don't expect that to be the case. I would like to be optimistic and say that all this substance abuse education and efforts by you, the board, and all the other organizations that work to try to curb any substance abuse in the professionals, that it's working. So, I mean, that could be one question, right? We're getting better at keeping people off substances and helping them with mental illness, and we're seeing lower numbers. But I think that we need to kind of be prepared for a boomerang effect here. I know I've seen it in other areas of mental health where we had a decrease in reported cases. And from some of the colleagues that I've worked with, they tell me that it's all back now. Mind you, some of this is going to be referral sources. So I just kind of want to say, again, we saw a 10% increase. I suspect we'll see an increase this next quarter. But since I report to you all on a regular basis, we'll talk about that. The other good news is in regards to recidivism, the 3-year recidivism rate and the 1-year completion rate. So based on the data that was presented a while ago, and again, you obviously go back and look at it, and if you have any questions, you can reach out to me directly, or if you have a question now, you can ask it. But what I noticed was that when it came to the total now, again, I'm learning some of this, but it looks like the audit deals only with pharmacists that aren't board mandated. But Eden has done a good job of adding all those numbers. So if we just look at the total participants and for a 3-year recidivism, it's gone down about 7 points. So from 29% in fiscal year 2019 to 21% now. So again, what does that mean? Well, that's recidivism in the mental health world and substance abuse world is a huge metric that we follow. So when I look at that, I'm like, oh, that's good news. Hopefully we're going to trend that way. So less of the participants that we're tracking are relapsing. So happy to see that. Then when we look at the 1-year completion rate, now we also see an increase. So again, kind of mirror images of, right? The recidivism, you want to see the rate go down. The completion, you want to see the rate go up. And that's what we see. So we went from 67% in fiscal year 2019 to 88%. I'm rounding up to 89. I mean, I'll tell you what, that's a darn good rate to have 89% people completing their first year without a relapse. So I'm real excited. And that's kind of why I wanted to start off by thanking Eden, because obviously some of this comes from her and her team that we're working this. So when we look at just PRN, specific, when it comes to the 3-year recidivism, it's pretty flat at 15%. And then when we look over at the 1 year completion, I'm sorry, I misspoke. The 1 year completion is a 67 in 2019 and 88 in 2020. But again, there is an increase in overall. So just kind of want to underscore that those are really good numbers for this program. And again, for me, those metrics are very important, and I'll continue to report on them and also just speak to you related to any trends or anything happening. Very peculiar year, as we all know. So it's, we'll see. I have a feeling that for the next several quarters, we're going to see a lot of up and down with the numbers, but we'll try to do the best we can to explain those if we have any confusion about them. So any questions about what I just talked about? All right. Next, to kind of stay familiar with what Eden had been presenting, wanted to go over the report that she had sent over to you, and it speaks to one thing that we're continuing to have a great relationship with the board in relation to cases that are coming to us and working collaboratively. I know that my goal is to obviously continue that and make sure that any cases we're getting, we're responding appropriately and correctly and giving all the information that's needed. So we continue to get cases and we're happy about that. I want to talk to the seminar. I had the pleasure of actually joining this seminar and it happened on the 30th. I personally enjoyed the conversation, and that was about hope in times of despair for folks that are dealing with substance abuse issues. So I was impressed with the presenter and with his materials. So I'm not sure if the board ever has an opportunity to attend those or not, but as a representative, I guess, of the participants that we deal with, I can tell you that it was a pretty, really good presentation that I think added a lot of value to participants attending that. All right. Any questions about the seminar?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And then finally, on the second page, I know that Eden had added some numbers here on the audit results. Just make a point of correction here. Under the fiscal year 2020 audit results under PRN recidivism rate, that's really should be saying fiscal year 2020, not 2019. And again, I already spoke to this, but just you want to scratch it out on your sheets to make sure that you know that these are 20 data. So again, when it came to PRN recidivism, it was flat. 2020 and 2019 were both at 15%. However, in the 1 year completion rate, the 2020 increased to 89%, which was, again, a very good place to be. So in a nutshell, with the numbers, I'm glad to be coming on board. I like what I'm seeing here. I'm going to try to, continue to, for the near future, steady with where we're going. I don't anticipate any changes right now. It's just want to get our new case managers in. As Debbie mentioned, we're going to bring some on and keep that going. And as we move forward, again, I'll keep you informed and updated on any trends that I might see that might be affecting this particular program. That was all I had. I'm not sure if anybody has any questions directly for me. I'm willing to answer them.
Any questions? No. Thank you very much for your report. And again, welcome to PRN. And we look forward to continued collaboration and partnership with you and your team as it's built. It's been a valuable resource. So we appreciate everything that Eden did and look forward to everything that you'll do.
Thank you, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Okay, so left on the agenda is our discussion on mission and vision. I thought that a couple of things. One, we started with the mission statement. So it's on the top of the agenda, so you can look at that. But obviously, we're going to be working towards seeing where we want to go in the future. The other thing I was going to just share with you real quick is there is a legislative purpose for the Texas State Board of Pharmacy from the Pharmacy Act. Just kind of to give us some reference before I turn it over to Daniel. And so if you look, the legislative declaration of purpose says that the subtitle shall be liberally construed to regulate in the public interest the practice of pharmacy in this state as a professional practice that affects the public health, safety, and welfare. It's a matter of public interest and concern that the practice of pharmacy merits and receives the confidence of the public, and that only qualified persons be permitted to engage in the practice of pharmacy in this state. The purpose of the subtitle is to promote, preserve, and protect public health, safety, and welfare through effectively controlling and regulating the practice of pharmacy and licensing pharmacies engaged in the sale, delivery, or distribution of prescription drugs and devices used in diagnosing, treating injury, illness, and disease. And so I thought that would give us a little framework before I turn it over to Daniel. And as I said in the very beginning or before we broke for lunch, this is something that I really am passionate about and really look at it as a journey so that we know where we're going and what our true mission is. So Daniel, if you want to take it away.
Sure. And before I kind of share my slides, what I will also share and reiterate as well is the pursuit or kind of the process of reviewing your mission, reviewing your vision is something that organizations should do, fairly regularly. It doesn't always mean that something has to change, but what's important about it is that we're all at least having the conversation, understanding each other's perspective, and at least getting that process started. So even if we come back at the end of saying, hey, the mission that we have works well, then fine, let's continue moving with it. But if we want to make some adjustments here or there, or also get to a point where we're developing a vision statement, which and from my observation is maybe missing, it's something that's worth discussing. The other thing I wanted to share is I think when Allison brought this to my attention, she had asked me about a year ago if I'd be willing to host this same presentation for all the staff members of the Board of Pharmacy, which we did. And I thought that went really well. It took probably just a little less than an hour, which I'm anticipating this will take about the same. But the other part of it, I think for our purposes, is not just the review of the mission, but also getting a clear understanding from us as appointed board members of what's our identity. And the reason I bring that question up is that, and Allison and I talked about this, whether we get to this discussion today or not, is when we're referring to the Board of Pharmacy, what are we actually talking about? Are we referring to the Board of Pharmacy as us, the appointed body that's providing advice and legislative approaches? Or are we talking about the entire agency, the entire organization being the Board of Pharmacy? So I think that's a conversation that if we get to a point of at least approaching that question would be important. But again, it doesn't necessarily have to be today. So let me go ahead and share my slides with all of you. And just kind of getting us started here. There we go. So really, this is just an approach of developing our mission statement. And so the focus, I hope, will be on mission. But in order to really pursue that conversation and have those discussions, you do have to have an understanding of what the difference is between a mission statement and a vision statement. So this is actually, and the reason I use this particular image, this is just the start of the road and the understanding of what it is that we're doing to move us each and every day. How do we move from where we're at today at point A to where we want to be at point B, and so on and so forth. So just a little bit of an agenda that I have. Again, I don't anticipate taking a whole lot of time. I want to take the appropriate amount of time for us to have the conversation, but I'd like for us to at least have a brief conversation, understanding of what is a vision, what is a mission statement. So I do have a brief, about a 3.5-minute video that I want to share with you, which is called Mission Statements That Don't Suck. Mission and vision defined, an understanding of, or actually giving you the visual of what the Board of Pharmacy's mission statement is, which we hear each and every meeting and we see at the top of all of our agendas, but then also giving you a chance to read the Board of Pharmacy's philosophy, which is added language, added understanding of what our purpose is. Then I'd like to go over just briefly on what some of the do's and don'ts are of developing your mission statement or your vision statement. And then I'd like for us to kind of have some fun in drafting some ideas of what our values are, what our purpose is going to be in bits and pieces, so that we can eventually start potentially assembling a statement, whether we choose to refer to it as a vision, a mission, a philosophy. This is the statement that when you go and you look at it, it's what's going to move you and the people that you work with, the people that you work for and on behalf of, that gives us our purpose and our identity. So let's kind of take a look at the next slide here. So I want to share this brief video with you, and hopefully the audio will work. I think I clicked on the right buttons to make that happen. But this is just a brief video on writing a mission statement that doesn't suck. So here we go. I think we're going.
I want to show you why most mission statements are so terrible. So let's say that you own a chain of pizza parlors, and maybe you have a mission statement that you've drafted, and it says something like, "Our mission is to serve the tastiest damn pizza in Wake County." Now that's pretty good, if you ask me. If I was one of your employees, I could get excited about that. But here's where things go off the rails. So you invite all your colleagues to come join you and to help you wordsmith this thing, and you all sit around a table, and right in front of your eyes, a transformation happens. All of these people who you like and respect suddenly become 10th grade English teachers and begin to nitpick every word of this thing.
Hey, I really like the word present better than serve. It has a nice resonance.
We obviously can't say damn. And why limit ourselves to Wake County?
And guys, I know our pizza is good, but what about the calzones and the salads? Why don't we just say highest quality Italian food?
Our Greek salad isn't Italian.
We haven't even talked about the atmosphere yet, the big comfy booths and the kids' birthday parties and all that.
Yeah, great point. You know what we're really doing here? We're providing a family entertainment solution.
Yeah, solution.
Nailed it.
And everyone's excited now. You're almost there. And then Steve at the end of the table pipes up.
Listen, guys, we haven't mentioned anything about integrity. That's what it's all about. At the end of the day, integrity.
And is anyone at the table going to rise up and go to the mat against the word integrity being in the mission statement? Doubtful. So presto, that's in. And now here's your new and improved mission statement. Our mission is to present with integrity the highest quality entertainment solutions to families. I know this is a little bit silly, but you got to admit, this is what 99% of mission statements sound like. And now you know why. There's this cycle of making words more ambiguous and more fancy until all of the meaning, leaches out. Here's how to avoid that. 2 tips. Number 1, use concrete language. Great example comes from this fast-growing small business called Sonic Bids. Check this out. We want to help musicians get gigs and promoters book the right bands. We're a bunch of people who think that music can truly change the world and make it smaller and better. I love that. I think it gives you a picture of exactly what they do and also gives you a hint why they might want to do that. And that brings us to the second point, which is talk about the why. Most mission statements are really long on statement and really short on mission. And the whole point of this is to talk about why you're doing what you do. You've got to talk about what makes you care. So let me give you a famous example from Johnson & Johnson. This is the first line in their credo. Our first responsibility is to the doctors, nurses, and patients, mothers and fathers, and all others who use our products and services. Well, all right. That's something that you could get out of bed to go do. Now contrast that with the guiding principles of ExxonMobil. Did you feel that? A little part of your soul just died reading that mission statement. So now you've seen why bad mission statements happen to good people, and I've given you 2 tips for avoiding that fate. If you're interested in learning more about writing a great mission statement, go to fastcompany.com/Heath. And in the meantime, I want to challenge you to do the impossible, to create a mission statement that says something. And one final hint, if it includes the word solution in it, you're not there yet. Thanks for watching.
So the main reason I wanted to share that video with you guys is just that understanding of the purpose behind your mission, your vision, is to give people, whether it's your customer, your stakeholder, your employees, an understanding of why are we even here? What is our purpose? And why should we care? And as the appointed representatives of our organization, of our agency for the state, that should be something that we're also moving towards, not just articulating, but also living and walking each and every day, not just when we're meeting, but to really be able to build those relationships that allow us to move that mission, move that vision, move our purpose forward. And so I hope that as you've had a chance to spend the last few days or last few hours coming up with some of your ideas on, well, why am I here? What is my purpose? That you've also really delved into yourself and understood, well, why should I care to begin with? Why am I coming to these meetings every few months, and why am I here? So I'm hoping that will assist you. So just a couple more little definitions to share with you before we kind of get into that wordplay. But what is a mission and what is a vision? Well, a vision is going to be that aspirational description of what an organization would like to achieve or accomplish in the midterm or long term of their future. It is intended to serve as the clear guide for choosing current and future courses of action. The way I've always shared a vision, what vision truly means is a vision should be something that is unattainable, but it should be a place that you want to pursue each and every day. You may never get there. In fact, you should hope that you never get there, that it's so aspirational, so big in thought and complexity that it moves you each and every day to try to achieve and get closer and closer to that. But what we're really focused on for today is our mission. Your mission is the sole purpose of a mission statement is to serve as an organization's agenda. It outlines clearly what your goal is. And that mission statement should have at least 3 main components: a statement of your mission of your company or organization, a statement of your core values that shape and acts the behaviors of your employees, but also for you, and a statement of the goals and objectives. So that's really the difference between your vision and your mission. Your vision is where you want to go. Your mission is what you do each and every day, why you do it, and why you care about doing it, so that you can get closer and closer down that road in pursuit of your vision. Let me pause here just for a moment to see if there are any questions at this point regarding the difference between mission and vision and the purpose behind this time that we're investing in this conversation. Are there any questions at this point? Hearing none, I'm going to move on to the next slide. So this is the mission that Julie is so kind to read at the beginning of each and every meeting. And I really want to read it out loud for you again, just so that you will listen to the words that are in play here and the thought and passion that went into the development of this initial mission, and to see how these words truly resonate with each of you when this is the primary focus of this conversation. The mission of the Texas State Board of Pharmacy is to promote, preserve, and protect the public health, safety, and welfare by fostering the provision of quality pharmaceutical care to the citizens of Texas through the regulation of the practice of pharmacy, the operation of pharmacies, and the distribution of prescription drugs in the public interest. Does that move you a little bit? I know for me, I really like this mission statement. It definitely kind of captures a lot of the elements that are important. And I want to make sure that for each and every one of you, it means what it says and it does what it's supposed to for each of us as board members. So let me pause here for a moment just to kind of get some feedback and some thoughts on this as our current mission statement. Any thoughts? Any thoughts on the overall terminology, on its its emphasis, and its usage? Anyone?
I like
else?
it.
Oh, go ahead, Rick.
No, I was just gonna say I like it.
Yeah, me too. Rick and Rick are.
There you go.
I absolutely I agree with your analysis, Dan. I think that the mission is very inclusive and very contains everything very well. So I think I do very much like how the mission is what you described it. So, but I appreciate how you described mission and vision. I always had that problem myself. So thanks for explaining that.
And this is really the purpose of this conversation. And yes, we are the appointed overseers of this responsibility of the mission. But when it comes down to it, at the very end, our responsibility is to be able to articulate that vision to the people that work for the Board of Pharmacy, to those pharmacists and pharmacy technicians that are regulated by the Board of Pharmacy, and then also, as it's stated here within the mission statement, the care of the citizens of Texas. And so how are we eventually, and how have we continued to promote that and ensuring that we're looking after all of our stakeholders in that? So I just want to ask one more time, are there any other thoughts, anything that you feel as though is good, bad, indifferent, or even missing from our current mission statement?
So I have a thought.
Go, Donna.
Okay, sorry. I like it in general. I think it tells kind of what we do, but I feel like it also kind of is a throwback to all we do is fill prescriptions. I mean, if you look at the scope of practice, I mean, we don't just regulate pharmacists that are in retail. It's everybody, and they all have such different practices. We have pharmacists that never touch a drug. All they're doing is talking to a patient every day about a drug, yes, but it's more about the outcomes. So I think there needs to be something that addresses that. It's to promote a positive patient outcome, no matter where you are, because I think that's what all the pharmacists are doing, no matter where they're at, whether they're in a hospital, a clinic, in a pharmacy, in a drugstore, wherever they're at. It's to make sure that somebody has a positive outcome.
Okay. And I like that the fact that you mentioned that this is kind of a throwback. I mean, yeah, this current mission statement, and I'm not sure what the publishing date was for it, but it is somewhat dated. And yeah, there's aspects that could be updated and adjusted, because when I read it as well, you mentioned specifically location. One aspect that isn't included on there, the industry understanding is there, but it does not mention how we are also responsible for veterinary medicine and things of that nature. And so I know it comes up from time to time in conversation, but it's not there within our mission. And should it be is the other question. But I think your comments are spot on, Donna. And anyone else?
I'm going to echo. Okay, I'm going to go this time. Go ahead. I'm going to echo Donna, because that's exactly the point that I was going to make. I think it's a great foundational mission statement. And I think that one of the things that I look at when I do visioning and missioning for groups is I kind of talk about that a vision's a picture of future success, and the mission is how you get there. And I think that it is antiquated. It makes me feel like the floating hands from the news pieces, where they never show the person, the pharmacist, they just show the hands counting. And I think that it is antiquated that way. I think that the protection is there, and I think that that's a core fundamental goal of ours. But I think that the other parts that aren't there are, and these are words that I'm not gonna, they're kind of weasel words, but just follow me for a minute. Is I think that we're all about collaboration with other healthcare entities. I think leadership is part of it. Our job is one of leadership. And this kind of tags on with what Donna said. I think that we need to know that we're meeting the healthcare needs of the citizens of Texas through accessibility, clinical services, as well as, that pharmaceutical care. So I think that it's all encompassing. And I don't think that while the mission and vision need to be concise, I think we're missing part of what we're supposed to be doing.
And I agree with you. You gave me a lot of good things to include within our thought process. And I think what you also shared about the terms that you have in mind that may be missing, we'll do a brief exercise in a moment to start putting those out. And as you said earlier in the meeting, this is a process that does need to be given its due diligence. So whether we spend an hour today and an hour or more on another time, we'll have all of this understanding of, oh, this is where I see Julie as our chair, our president, wanting to create some new synergies. How can I add to that? So I think that's all where we're hoping to go as well.
And I think when you use the word leadership, it puts you forward thinking too. And that's where we need to go. And I think Rick had something, and then Lori, and then I'll hand it back to you, Daniel. Sorry.
I'll be really quick.
This is exactly what I'm hoping for, and I'm glad it's being recorded.
I'll be really quick. Well, all I'm saying is in preparation for this discussion, I went to several boards of pharmacy sites to see what they had also. And there was really nothing very inspiring. And then, I didn't check every board of pharmacy, but it was all very similar in some way to what we have. No one's really stepping out. So we might have a chance here to really specify a mission that could be pretty much ahead of everybody. So thanks, Dan, for bringing this up.
Well, I actually did the same thing you did. I went and looked through probably about 35 different state board of pharmacies and reviewed their vision and mission statements. And you're absolutely right. There are a few that stand out, but they don't stand out for the right reasons. And then there is a lot that look very similar. So if it's of interest of the board to kind of set a higher bar, a higher standard of how we want to lead, not just our state, but also serve in a leadership capacity for those that are working with and for us. I think that's a good approach to pursue and kind of setting the bar when it comes to what we want to be when we grow up, if it's the right term to use. I think there was someone else that said they wanted to have some input.
Yeah, Daniel, this is Brad. And Rick, I did the same thing. I went to a couple of different boards because, again, I was trying to grasp the whole mission statement.
Yeah.
Our mission statement, again, I agree with Donna and Julie and everybody. It's got the information in there, but it's also a little dated. It needs to be updated. Exactly how, I don't know. Hopefully this is the first step in doing so. But it was interesting because I went to Nevada, Arizona, Oklahoma, and Idaho. Those are the only 4 states I got to. But it's almost a copy and paste.
Yep.
Yeah.
And in agreeing with, I believe it was Rick, this is, I know the other states over the years have looked to Texas, copied and pasted maybe some of our regulations and tweaked them to their benefits. But I think we have a real opportunity here to maybe break out of the mold, update, and provide a real good mission statement that maybe the other states will say, hey, Texas updated theirs, we need to update ours. But we can be a leader in that aspect. So thank you.
No problem.
Anyone else? I think Lori had something she wanted to share, and then Suzette.
Go ahead, Lori.
I did the same thing. I looked at probably 20 different state boards. It almost seemed like there was an NABP template that was distributed at some point, and people plugged in the name of the state. But aside from that, I think Julie hit it spot on. I did go through and kind of think of words that were missing from ours. And the 2 words that I thought of really mirror what Julie said. And that was collaborative and lead. And I think our mission statement, our mission as I see it, is totally ineffective without those words in it. Secondly, though, in addition, where our mission talks about the regulation of practice of pharmacy and the operation of pharmacies, I think it was the Ohio mission statement that talked about through education and legislation and licensing and enforcement. And I think that's the how part of the mission statement that could be very simplified, but is much more than regulation. And I believe that's what we do.
And I went through and I specifically looked at Ohio as well. And theirs was one of those that does stand out because it encompasses much more than just regulation, legislation, enforcement. It really goes into the communication, education piece that does kind of get to that core purpose of caring for the citizens of that state. So yeah, I agree with you entirely. I'm glad you brought up Ohio.
And looking out for our professions and making sure that we're successful as a profession.
Excellent.
Before we go to Suzette, I wanted to note that Chip had to drop off at 2:00. I was hoping to call on him with less than 5 minutes, but to make sure that he could say something. And then before we go to Suzette, the other thing is that kind of tagging on to what Lori said about the people is when you think about that law that we read or that we started off with, it states that it's important to have the pharmacy practice merit and receive confidence, and that qualified people are involved. So, I think that's part of it too then. And then Suzette, I think.
Yeah, the only other thing I was going to add, I know we were talking about, the different practices of pharmacy and, our pharmacy practices evolved over the years. So I think, part of this mission should be, we should have some sort of innovation statement. We're forward thinking, right? We're not limited to, the practice of pharmacy as we know it in brick and mortar four walls, right? There's a lot of technology out there that we are embracing as part of our discussions. And each and every one of these, we talked about the pilots, all the automation that's out there. There are a lot of things that are changing. And that's our job too, is to be open to potentially looking at things differently. And I think innovative and forward thinking should be part of this mission statement as well.
I'm so glad. Go ahead.
No, that was it. I mean, I just felt that was something that we should incorporate in some capacity through this process.
Okay, I apologize. I was responding to you, so just saying that I was glad you brought it up, and I thought I heard someone else speaking. It was just
okay, no problem.
But yeah, this is wonderful. Anyone else before I move on to my next slide and share the Board of Pharmacy's philosophy with you? Well, and I'll share this with Allison. What I am hearing initially in this first 30 minutes, 24 minutes of our conversation is really a focus on that there is definitely a consensus for at least moving towards some alternate language, finding ways to implement a sense of leadership, collaboration, innovation, accessibility, and being that leader when it comes to what we want to be in the future. So I think these last 15 minutes have especially been incredibly valuable in our conversation. So I'm going to move on to the next slide, which is the Board of Pharmacy's philosophy. When I first started working with the Board of with the staff about a year ago, I hadn't realized that there was a separate philosophy tied into the mission. But I wanted to go ahead and share this with you just as fodder for additional thought and consideration of what we might want to include in a revised mission. But it's that the Texas State Board of Pharmacy will assume a leadership role. So there's your leadership in regulating the practice of pharmacy and act in accordance with the highest standard of ethics, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and openness. We affirm that regulation of the practice of pharmacy is a public and private trust. We approach our mission with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility. The public and regulated community alike can be assured of a balanced and sensible approach to regulation. I think a lot of some of what you've described thus far is certainly in there. So the challenge now becomes, can we create a statement that articulates that in a manner in which we can carry that statement with us anywhere we go and not have to, pull out a sheet of paper or pull up the website to remember what it says. Your mission, your vision should always be concise enough to where you can just recite it and say, this is who we are. This is who I am. This is why we do what we do, and we care about what we're pursuing. The philosophy, I think, is just that. It's more of a philosophical push and philosophical understanding of what we're doing. It doesn't have that quick off your tongue resonance and cadence that I would hope that we'd be able to pursue in development of a mission or a vision. Any comments or thoughts on the philosophy before I move on to the next slide? Were any of you familiar with the philosophy beforehand?
I actually read it ahead of time.
So I became familiar with it last year, but I didn't even know it existed, and I'm glad I was able to share that with you guys. So let me go ahead and move on to the next slide, which is kind of getting into the nuts and bolts of getting to a point where we're taking all the different elements that a few of you have shared thus far and start getting a sense of what a mission vision would look like. These are kind of some of the do's and don'ts. One of the do's is you certainly want to keep your statement short and concise. Sum up the organization's mission in just a few sentences. And when I say a few sentences, I'm not saying you're writing a page or writing a philosophy. It's really going to be just that, maybe 3 at the most, 4 sentences. My perspective would be the shorter, the more concise, the better, but still finding a way to infuse those qualities that you're wanting to see within there, whether it's on innovation, whether it's on leadership, whether it's on collaboration, ensuring that we're still abiding by those core competencies of protection, welfare, health of the community, but still being able to bring in those other elements that we want to update who we are and where we're going. The other thing is, don't write a sentence. Don't write an essay. You're not looking to cover each and every aspect. You're looking to at least be able to demonstrate that this is why we're doing what we're doing. This is why we care about what we're doing. Just like the speaker on the video said earlier, those are the 2 main things that you want to talk about: the why and the demonstration of compassion and care. Another thing that you do want to do is think long term. I think all of you have already stated that right now, that you're thinking long term in regards to being leaders on this front from a national perspective, encompassing aspects of technology, innovation, forward thinking that we've already been working on, but probably hadn't included within our mission in the past, and really updating some of just the terminology of how the industry has evolved. Just in this past year, there's been a lot of evolution in regards to how the practice and the profession of pharmacy has had to adapt to be able to address some of the issues involving the pandemic. Don't limit yourself. So let's think big. Let's come up with some good ideas. We'll get them down on paper, or at least get it recorded on today's session. And then we'll categorize them. We'll figure out, okay, these are the things that came out of our conversation. This is where things fit. So think long term. Don't feel confined to, well, we're only working on this today, or we're only thinking about the things that are happening between now and the end of the year or next year. Let's not limit ourselves to any of those things. Again, I think we've discussed this already. Find out what your team members think of the mission statement. We know that the current mission statement that we have right now is a good mission statement, but as at least 3 of you said, it's dated, it's antiquated. It doesn't address some of the issues and critical topics that we deal with meeting in and meeting out, or day in or day out. And so let's address those as well. And then the final thing is, don't be afraid of change. If there's anything that I've learned in serving in public office and in different leadership roles, if there's something that holds us back from success, which at least two or three of you mentioned within your comments, it's fear of change. Change is a constant. Change is something that we should embrace and pursue, and choosing not to do something simply because we're not sure of what could happen. At the end of the day, just keep in mind, this is words and letters that are on a page or on a website or on a wall somewhere. Words have meaning. but let's not allow words to hold us back from pursuing the things that we want to pursue. So those are just a couple of the do's and don'ts. Let's be concise with what we want to say. Let's not overthink things. Let's be broad in our thinking and not afraid to share. So those are some of the do's and don'ts that I wanted to share with you guys. Julie, anything to add on the do's and don'ts, since you mentioned earlier that you've worked with other organizations on mission and vision in the past?
No, I think you're spot on. And I love your comments on change.
Yeah.
Because I always say that there are three things you can do with change. You can avoid it and it controls you. You can accept it and it's a little bit better, or you can lead change. And I think that's where we're trying to get to, is, doing a little bit of leading change, so that we can be better.
Yeah, and I think when you've got your board leaders, your appointed leaders that are having this conversation, it really does churn those synergies that you want everybody in the organization to have, that comfort with having constructive conversations, with having that willingness to be innovative and try something different and to change some things along the way. And there may be a lot of success stories that we're not familiar with as board members because we're not there day in and day out, that have probably already helped embrace that sense of change and working towards doing things different in the environment that we're currently living in. And so I hope at some point in time, we'll hear more about, how Allison and her team and everyone else has found ways to embrace that sense of change and that fearless effort in moving in the directions that we want them to. And now this is just us kind of putting it in writing. So here's where it's our turn. And I put this little image here because there's 4 people on this boat. They all have an idea of where it is they want to go. But if all 4 of them are paddling in different directions, even though they have an idea of where they want to go, it's difficult to get there if you're not working as a team, not pursuing that goal that they all have there in mind, of that little island with that one house and that one tree, which doesn't seem all that appealing, but that's their vision. So I'd like for you, in this comment I put here, prepare a draft statement that describes the role that our board members play in making our purpose a reality for the citizens of the state of Texas. And what I'd like to do is, instead of asking you guys to create an entire statement, I have a Google Doc that I'm going to share that I'd like for us to just share some. I think a lot of you already did so, but share some of the terms, thoughts, ideas that you would want to see in a mission statement for the Board of Pharmacy. So I'm gonna, if all of you can see the Google Doc that I'm sharing at the moment, these are some of the themes that I've kind of put up here just to kind of get the conversation started. But I felt that the term Texas or Texans needed to be included in there. Health, education, that education piece came from the Ohio mission statement that both Lori and I reviewed. Regulation, legislation, because it was previously in other statements. Enforcement, pharmacy, and pharmacists. Those were just specific terms that I kind of felt like, or themes that I felt, hey, these are just to get the conversation started. And to add on here, I'm going to add Julie. And Julie mentioned earlier that leadership was incredibly important to her, as well as, I believe, success and collaboration. Are there any other specific terms that I should include on here that we should think of, consider as we're thinking more about this mission statement?
I think both Donna and I had a similar thought, and that was to improve health outcomes and accessibility. And whether it's worded like that or whether it's worded meet the healthcare needs. Because I think that when you talk about meeting the healthcare needs of the citizens of Texas, that's forward thinking, because you don't necessarily know what their needs are going to be. None of us could have imagined back in January that the healthcare needs would be, being able to jump in and provide COVID. And so I think that by leaving it open-ended like that, it gives us that overarching goal.
An advocate, I mean, what does that, I mean, does that kind of sum up what you're trying to say, Julie? Like an advocate for healthcare, right? Because there's different things we're doing within the practice. Just
Yeah, I don't, whether it's an advocate or whether it's just fulfilling the need, you know, being able to be flexible to see what that need is and be able to change with it.
I think the phrase meet healthcare needs really says a lot. I mean, it is terrifically vague, but at the same time, we don't know what those are going to look like a year from now. And I like that. I also would include among those things like education, regulation, legislation, licensure, because that is a key component of what the State Board of Pharmacy does.
Okay.
You know what comes to my mind is, and when you see a lot of these, all these different words, I boil it down to service. Actually, our job is to serve the state of Texas. And we happen to be appointed to do this, but every touch point that we involve ourselves with pharmacy, it's to provide service to the community of pharmacy, whether it's a meeting, as Lori would just said, the healthcare needs, and you know, doing it through a service lens is what I'm thinking about. And of course, with personal excellence, stewardship, as far as how we do what we do, why we do what we do, all boiling down to serving the community and the pharmacy profession.
Thanks, Donnie.
I love the word stewardship. And I would say that when I think of a pharmacist, you know, I think of pharmacists as being servant leaders in a lot of the things that they do.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that can be a very overutilized term, but I think it's a very apropos term when you look at, you know, the pharmacists that are out there and what they do day in, day out.
Although I agree with a lot of these thoughts, I would also throw in evolution. We need to continually evolve as an agency, as a board, and therefore, you know, that's forward thinking. What's going to happen in the future? I mean, we can't be specific because we don't know. Right. But somehow I would like to say forward thinking what possibly might happen in the future. You know, we're forward thinking. We're trying to make the best decisions, the best laws, regulations, etc. For Texas moving forward.
Okay. Anyone else? Looks like we've got a lot on meeting healthcare needs is definitely been a hot term.
How about Jenny? We haven't heard from Jenny or Rick Tisch.
Well, I got a couple. As a kind of an outsider, not in this industry and being in the healthcare industry, to me, you hear words like transparency, patient advocacy. To me, those would be, and everything else I like. These are just things on behalf of the customer coming in and needing help. And I've witnessed that at one of the pharmacists on a tour since coming on board, how the technicians or the cashiers are actually assisting the member in finding that particular drug at a discount through different partners that they have. So I kind of like that. So to me, that goes back to the patient advocacy. But someone also Suzette put healthcare advocacy. So I think it's kind of the same, but I'm just kind of focusing on the patient.
And the more times that the term is brought up, I think is even better, because that kind of emphasizes the consensus or the move towards consensus of the group to include that theme. So I don't mind hearing something more than once. Anyone else with their thoughts on themes, terms, values that should be included within a revised mission statement? And I am keeping an eye on the time as well so that I can abide by the hour or so that I said I would take.
How about Jenny?
No, I mean, y'all are coming up with some great words, and I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted. No, I mean, it's, you know, and it all boils down to the protection of the public. And that's what I keep going back to in my head, is just the protection of the public.
Excellent. Anyone else? Okay, if there's nothing else, let me kind of show you a few of the statements that I found earlier over the weekend and wanted to share. Now, certainly this is an example of a statement that is kind of reflective of our current mission statement. The Board of Pharmacy will promote, preserve, and protect the public health, safety, and welfare of all Texans by fostering the provision of quality pharmaceutical care. That's just a more condensed version of what we currently have. Another possibility, and I think this one is the Ohio statement, but I just changed it to Texas. The Board of Pharmacy protects and promotes the health and safety of Texans by pursuing the highest quality of pharmacist care and the appropriate use of pharmaceuticals through education, communication, licensing, legislation, regulation, and enforcement. So again, that emphasis on why are we doing this for the protection and promotion of health and safety of the community, and how are we doing this through education, communication, licensing, legislation, regulation, and enforcement. So there's a couple of examples there. And then you've got these shorter versions. I can't remember. I think this may have been either California or Florida. We inspire the highest level of practice. We value friendship and teamwork. We shape the future of pharmacy. Nice, short, concise, doesn't really have the depth that I think many of you have already indicated. Hey, we want something that does speak further into what it is that we're doing. Certainly, we value friendship and teamwork as well, but to shape the future of pharmacies, there's more leadership and action to it. And I can't remember which state this one was, but the Board of Pharmacy dedicates itself to achieving a vision of pharmacy practice where pharmacists are universally recognized as healthcare professionals and essential providers of healthcare services. Pharmacists use their medication expertise and leadership skills to optimize the medication use process and patient outcomes. Again, lots of what you guys have indicated that you want to include. So that one really does kind of catch my interest in demonstrating a lot of the healthcare service, optimization of leadership skills, things of that nature. So this might be something to reevaluate at some point. And then the last one I wanted to share was, we are dedicated to the highest level of excellence and are committed to improving medication use and advancing patient care. We've strived to support optimal medication and therapy outcomes by encouraging healthy lifestyles, promoting public health, and providing education to our membership and communities. So just different approaches, again, that other states are using as well. But as I read through those after having this conversation, what all of you are at least sharing thus far is a definite interest in creating our own mold, if you will, and including a number of these themes and values that each of you hold beyond just the regulatory and legislative process, but really emphasizing the approach on leadership, on healthcare outcomes, on collaboration, on protecting the public, advocacy, and innovation. So unless there's anything else that you wanted to include within these terms at this point, or if you want to just email me something a little later, if you come up with an idea, I think this is a good place to kind of wrap up for now and give me a chance to kind of categorize some of these terms and points and have some more conversations and perhaps revisit at a future meeting with a more condensed statement that we can massage and then get to a point of adoption. Any
So that
thoughts?
was gonna be my question, is what did you feel like our next steps were? Keeping in mind the public meeting aspect of it, you know, I didn't know if it was, you know, something that you needed some assistance with at some point, and Kirsten will have to weigh in on how that could be done if we needed to.
I think for me, just to share, I've got a lot of good data to work with at this point. Just give me so I can be mindful of the time that we're spending today. Give me a little time to kind of put this all into some categories, and then I can send it to Allison so that she can share with everyone. And I'll also share these initial notes as well. And if there's an interest and eventually kind of seeing some samples of potential visions or missions, or to share those, that would probably be best done at another meeting, at a public meeting, whether it's at a regular business meeting or at a special meeting where we can spend a little bit more time. I think that's certainly at the pleasure of our chair and staff. So just let us know how you'd like to move forward on that. But I think I've got enough information for right now to at least start putting some things together and, you know, kind of putting some categories together.
Well, I really appreciate the work that you did, and I hope everyone saw great value in this. I think I'm with you. I think that in hearing everybody, while we have a good foundational mission and vision, or mission and philosophy, it does feel like we can be a little bit more forward thinking, you know, with some of the words that came out of there. I thought transparency or openness was a good one that Rick Tisch added at the end.
Yeah, sure. That's definitely a good one as well.
Yeah, but I think that you know, the two things that I heard over and over again was we're protecting the public, which we know that, and then we're, you know, really looking at their healthcare needs.
Absolutely.
I think that's, you know, the crux of where we go.
And I think the other part is the fact that there is an interest in making the change to begin with, and looking at what we currently have as being good, but needing an update. That perhaps, at least in my mind, is the biggest value in this conversation, is that there's an interest in making those changes. And so this is just, I took this picture in the Saharan desert a couple of years ago, and I always like to share it as, you know, we can capture that vision if you really want to try. It just takes some effort. And then I took this picture earlier and figured I'd go ahead and share it with all of you as well. This is who we are. This is what we care about, and this is why we do what we do. So let's work on behalf of all of us here and those that may not be on this call at the moment, and we'll get this together.
That's great. Yeah, thank you, Danielle.
So as far as the agenda, I think, Allison, you've got the miscellaneous things at the end.
Right. So we'll definitely be putting the mission statement on the agenda for next time. I don't think there was anything else specifically that came up out of the unusual for next time. But if there is something that you want to have on the agenda next time, Lori?
Can I just ask, I don't know if this is agenda worthy, but is there any appetite at all for moving toward technicians becoming immunizers? And I'm asking that in light of the work that I'm doing statewide and up here in Amarillo for getting the COVID vaccine.
So the technicians will be able to do immunizations for COVID under the amendment to the PrEP Act.
Okay, great.
But we did ask, you know, a few meetings back, you all were interested in expanding technician duties to include immunizations. So we asked the medical board, and if they, you know, would see that as a possibility for pharmacists to do that, and that answer was no.
Okay.
for that, for in general, we would have to have a law change to make it across the board for, going forward. But for the COVID vaccine and for the, during that PrEP Act amendment, I think that it might even include other vaccines. I can't now remember exactly what all that PrEP Act does. But whatever's in the PrEP Act, they can do because it preempts our laws here.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mm-hmm. We should be getting probably something on our website about that later this week, if not or early next week.
Did we already do H3? On H1? I guess we didn't need to do H3.
Which one is that?
Kirsten did it, I thought.
It was the
We did
executive.
4.
Yeah, we didn't need one unless y'all needed it. We don't have to do that unless specific questions about anybody who is on a rehabilitation order for an incapacity to safely practice.
Yeah, she had mentioned that if we needed it, we could do it, but yeah, I think the only other thing as far as possible, and I don't think that it's necessarily for the agenda, but I think that, when you look at us being good stewards and you look at the budget and everything, at some point we need to figure out, obviously board meetings need to be in person. We do really well on this, but board meetings need to be in person, but informal conferences, do we still facilitate those online to help with the budget, or where does that go? So I think just to plant that seed, it might be something that we need to talk about in the future as we move forward. Which kind of leads us to the next thing on the agenda.
Right. And we have the schedule for the next coming informal conferences, as well as the February board meeting on February 2nd. So be sure and mark your calendars for that day. February is when the board does the evaluation of the executive director as well. So just FYI.
Hey, Julie.
Yes, sir.
Do we happen to have a current list of who's volunteered for these informal conferences? Have y'all sent that out for the 2021? I know we signed up for it, but I want to be sure that we don't miss one.
Yeah, I'll ask that we send the list back out to everybody so that you've got the most current one.
Okay, thank you.
We can have that resent.
Yeah.
Austin, real quick before we get off, just want to retrace back what you were talking about, the vaccines. You said you'd have some other guidance on the technician administration of COVID vaccine?
It won't really be any other additional guidance. We'll just be putting what's from the PrEP Act on our website.
I guess I was confused as to whether it still be allowed to anyway, considering the process here is by protocol, right? But it's preempting that process. Is that what we're saying here? The PrEP Act?
It's allowing a technician to administer it. Now they can't order it, but they can administer.
Okay.
Is what is allowed.
And they will need to be trained and
the training, all the requirements in there, we'll just relist what's on the PrEP Act.
And then when the waiver, go ahead.
They have to be under the supervision of a pharmacist, since that's part of our state law, that they have to be under direct supervision, and that would conflict with anything in the PrEP Act, so we would require that.
Thank you.
If there's anything else that you want on the agenda in February, if you think of something between now and then, we just need to know probably early January, since the meeting's on February 2nd, if we could know by January 2nd or so, that would be helpful for us, and we can put it on the agenda then.
Allison, what is your thought about if we meet in person or we'll be doing a Zoom in February?
My guess is we'll still be doing a Zoom.
Okay.
But, if the governor changes the, suspension of the Open Meetings Act, that would change that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or items? All right, I will say that we would be remiss if we did not thank the entire staff for everything that they've done through COVID, getting licenses out, PDMP, just everything that they've done. We know that as we progress through the pandemic, there's added challenges and, just added wrinkles and asks. So as a board, we want to make sure that the staff knows how much we appreciate them all. It's also the beginning of November, so we will not meet, as Allison said, until February. So we want to wish the staff and all of the board happy holidays through the season to come. So stay well. If I can have a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
And a second. Got a motion from Donnie and a second from Daniel. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Aye.
All right, everybody have a great afternoon and thank you for all your hard work today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bye,
Julie.
everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.